not we haven't actually hit animation yet.
But you did get DNA from how did the RNA make DNA if it's not animate?
Transcriptase.
What?
Transcriptase is the process by which RNA makes DNA.
Bear in mind that RNA is not a complex chemical topology in itself.
Have we gone to the point where there's inanimate stuff, we mix it up and it becomes animate?
Not from start to finish. We can't take various elements or hydrocarbons and manifestly produce some of the more basic constructs like the UCAG elements and propagate a mechanism and put them together yet. There are gaps.
Yeah, you can't make inanimate shit be animate. Yeah, that's my main contention. I thought it had to do with the DNA or something. I guess if you can make DNA, I don't know how the RNA makes DNA if it's not animate, but okay.
Well, it's a driven chemical reaction. There's no neurology to it. It can only do what it does. It's a machine.
Kool-Aid, that reference you cited won't come up. You might want to repost that or something. Something wrong with it.
Oh, cheers. I'll try again.
RNA, DNA one, yeah. Thanks.
I still think you're misinterpreting this DNA thing. I don't even think that's possible. Maybe, but I didn't think it was possible to just make DNA or make the thing that makes DNA. I didn't think that was possible.
No, there are gaps.
I don't see how you can get no DNA and then get DNA or the thing that makes it. I don't know.
But you didn't go from chemicals to DNA. You went through chemicals to more complicated structures, and then organic elements, and then the key is how do they actually get into a construct, which meant they were replicating replicating topology. But the notion that you get a soup of phosphorus, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon, and you put it in a tub and you shake it and you get RNA or DNA out of it, and because that is so ridiculously untenable from a random proposition, it doesn't in itself dismantle the notion that these things were constructed in some way, because that's not how a lot of chemical elements arrange themselves anyway.
Kool-Aid, that link is still not working.
Fascinating topic, though. A lot of big heads looking at it. A lot of passionate people looking at it as well.
A lot of grabblers looking at it. Or was somebody saying the other day they need to take the money out of science? They need to take the money out of medicine and politics.
Oh, definitely take money out of medicine. I don't think anybody argues with that. That's it's a ridiculously cack-handed system, inherently corrupt in some respects. You take the capitalism out of medicine. That's what you need to do. The money is the motive mechanism. Standard. Size, position.
Who was burned?
Sorry, I'm working. I apologise.
Oh, you good?
Oh, Jace, I wanted to run by what's this test by you? See what you thought, but give me a second.
All right.
You know what? I'm just gonna turn off push to talk. Give me a second. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm here. I'll be listening to what you say. I can't respond for like a minute or two.
Okay, well I'll say it and then I can't respond either for also for me. So with it, damn it, I should have put my push to talk on. Just hold on a second. I can't stop doing this now that I've started doing it. Hold on. Just bear with the noise. I'm sorry. Okay, it's all finished. All done. All right.
Bro,
Anyways,
it sounds like shit, dude. You're like rubbing the microphone with something, dude.
No, I'm not rubbing the
Yeah,
microphone.
I can respond now too.
Okay. Well, I haven't even said it yet, but I was just saying, what's its test? And if he ever shows up and is here, he could obviously.
Oh, sir, Kosha, you need to come out of the closet, bro. Like it sounds like you're far away.
I am far away. That is correct.
Oh,
Hold on a second, damn it. Line tint. Okay. Window. Finish this. Anyways, Widget's test. He wants to test the idea of um, local gravity, like the acceleration due to gravity, the 9.81 meters per second squared. Obviously, that varies different locations on Earth, as well as somewhere else, but especially different locations on Earth. That it floats around that value, but it's slightly above it, slightly below it. I switched back to push to talk. If I can still be heard, that's good.
Yeah, you sound better now.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. Anyhow, yeah. So he wants to test the local gravity, acceleration due to gravity, and he wants to also test. And I'm gonna use what I think he said, because I said earlier vacuum energy density, or electromagnetic vacuum energy density, but I think he either didn't say vacuum or he did and he didn't mean to, but just the electromagnetic energy density for that specific location. And he didn't say how that's done. I don't know how that's done. But so he wants to measure that, and he wants to see if any fluctuations within that or variance within that corresponds or correlates to the variance with the 9.81 meters per second squared, to try to associate some relationship between them. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying as far as how it aligns with what I understand about like quantum field theory. It's like way off base, but sure, I mean, it's a great idea.
Well, how would you test the energy density, electromagnetic energy density? Would you just be able to just test, using any sort of field, field device, like a sort of, what do you call those? The thing that tells you how much magnetism is there, the Tesla, how many Teslas are there. What do you call that? But would you just be able to test the strength of the magnetic field, or is there something more complicated than that?
Would you say that again? Would you be able to test the strength of the magnetic field, or
Yeah, because he's saying the energy density, the electromagnetic energy density, right? Or he might even said electric energy density. I might have to go back and listen to the exact words he used, but regardless, I looked it up, and there's claims of measuring the vacuum energy density, electromagnetic energy density in the vacuum, but I don't know how you measure that, like in any specific location or whatever. So I'm just wondering if that's as simple as just measuring the field in that location, or is there something more to it?
yeah, I get what you're saying. It depends, like, if he wants to, like, individual fluctuations in, say, something like the photon field in QFT can have any value, right? And there's like infinite amounts of these fluctuations that are occurring that can have a range of values from 0 to infinity in each fluctuation, right? So if he's like thinking that somehow the variance in the gravitational um the gravitational acceleration measurement is somehow going to line up with like those fluctuations, no, because there's fluctuations that are infinitely larger than the variance in the gravitational constant, or little g. It's also scale, like maybe if he wants to do like in a region like the net amount of fluctuation, because these can have positive and negative modes, so there'll be, you can cancel some of them out and there'll be a net fluctuation, but that gets into scale, the scale of the object that you're comparing or usually testing this on. Like if it's, when it comes to things like particles and stuff, right? We're doing basically effective field theory and renormalization, where we set an energy limit for the effect, right? So there's a lot of things to consider in like the standard QFT kind of terms.
What sort of equipment would you need to measure this?
Right, just to kind of clarify like the last thing, when I say like we set a limit, right? Like if we're testing some effect on an electron, we set a limit where there, what's called renormalization, where we set this limit where energy scales above a specific number, a specific amount of energy. We're going to say those fluctuations aren't having an influence on our electron, and we'll have a predicted value for what it should be if that really is the case, if it really is renormalized like that, compared to if it's not. Then you do your experiment with the electron and you get your value. And what the experiment shows in those cases is that this renormalization thing is really happening. The electron is renormalizing its effects on the electron and positron and photon field in that way, right? So, I mean, it depends if Witsid's going, like if he's going for a net fluctuation value, if he was to actually do the actual legwork and do a calculation and get the value, right? It would depend on if he's going to renormalize it or not and stuff like that. But what did you last say, Kosho? Sorry, I kind of droned on
I was
there.
asking what sort of equipment would he need to measure this?
Yeah, that's another good question, right? Usually it's not directly measured, right? You're measuring other effects like the Lamb shift or the Casimir effect or like electron self energies, and you're comparing what the value would be with of that effect, right? You're comparing what you should measure the value for that effect, what it would be if all fluctuations
So
were
it's all
included,
assumed, and you set it
or
to the pre-assumption.
or if you set a cutoff for what energy scale you're saying this renormalization occurs at. And there's other ways, other parameters you can add in, but then you do the experiment and you see which parameters best describe the experimental result.
Then
So,
That's
then you
that's
derive.
kind of
and
analogous
the
to
way
dimming
to
a light
get
switch, but never turning the light off, and then all agreeing that the light's off because you set it to the lowest dimming mode. Like, it's all just based on assumption, and then setting your parameters to a pre-assumed value. But I mean, what are you really doing in all actuality, other than just kind of trying to hone in on a spot to gauge things from? But to assume that it's like realigned and all this other assumption, it just seems like a little far stretched to me.
yeah, that's not what I said at all. It's not an assumption. It's what the experiment dictates you should do. But right, to get the value for, say you were doing like the Lamb shift show, right? You wanted to get an estimate of the vacuum energy of, say, the electron field from the Lamb shift measurement. Well, the way you would go about doing that is you do the classical calculation for the Lamb shift, which would be without considering quantum field theory effects, right? And you should have little to no Lamb shift. Then you do the calculation with or basically you take that no quantum field theory effects added in minus the measured value minus that no quantum field theory calculations considered, the difference between those two. That would give you an estimate for the energy. At least the energy portion of that would give you an estimate.
Okay, and that's just so that's not going to give you anything precise.
No, there's not, right? Like, there's not like a device that I know of that just directly measures the vacuum energy. Or there's ways. I know I kind of described it in a confusing way, but the ways I know about it are like that, where you're taking the experimental result minus the classic value without considering quantum field theory effects for a specific effect that you're measuring in an experiment, like the Casimir or the Lamb shift or self energies, etc. There's ways to do it like that, but those aren't direct. You're not directly like measuring the quantitative value of the vacuum energy. You're measuring the value of an effect, a different effect that the vacuum energy is having an influence on. And that's how you can come up with an estimate for it. And then cosmologists have ways of measuring it in their own way, but it comes from data as well. It's not like a direct measurement either.
I think to if he was here, because he could talk to you about what he really wants to do with the test, because it sounds like he's really interested in doing it. He says it would cost a lot of money, and he's actually working on getting it together to do that. So because he says he's going to spend like $20,000 on a gravimeter and that kind of stuff too. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for, go ahead and test it out. But yeah, I guess I would have to hear, exactly how he wants to do. I kind of heard them talking about it a little bit earlier, but I was half distracted running NMRs and stuff, so I didn't get the full, and I was only there for a little bit, so I didn't get the full scoop on what exactly he wanted to do.
he went into too much detail about it, other than that he's looking into talking to professionals and people credentials, and people who have access to the equipment.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's always, it's all the professionals always agree with him, except for the ones that I ask, of course. It's all the other ones, I guess.
Yeah, he was saying that too. But anyway, at any rate, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, I was curious to hear what you had to say about that test because it did sound. I mean, I'm all for someone testing something like that if they're capable, because the results. I mean, I already know what the results are going to be. I don't see how there would be a correlation between the two, but um, at least not a significant one or any at all.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm all for it. Go ahead and test it. Like, I think you absolutely should test your ideas and, you know, not just assume that what you're saying is true. Um, but yeah, like the precedent isn't there. That's for sure. I don't get like what the vacuum energy for the electromagnetic field is just an energy density. Like it doesn't have it's not like it's not going to cause objects to move and have vectors and stuff. Like I don't see where the relation comes into that. Like is he trying to say there's like this potential in the vacuum or something?
I think so. Hold on, I gotta take care of this dog. Hold on.
Yeah, I just I don't see where it corresponds. I don't know, maybe because I don't think about it how he does, but I just don't see. We already know that there's energy density in the photon field, the electromagnetic field. I don't see how that corresponds to objects falling on the Earth, unless you're going to somehow invoke a potential in that case. But even then, like then the standard arguments of bulk matter being neutral still apply to that.
Yeah, hold on, I got this fat dog I gotta take care of. Hold on.
Oh, there was another thing I was thinking of. I forgot what it was now. Oh, the scale, right? The scale that electromagnetism uh, operates on, or the magnitude of its effects in experiments, are so much larger than the gravitational scale. Like you would think logically that if it was these electromagnetic effects, right, you see two magnets snap together with a lot of force, so they can accelerate each other quite a bit. So you would think that that scale should apply to these gravitational effects that he's trying to um, apply this to, right? And so the gravitational effects should be on the same magnitude, the same scale magnitude that the electromagnetic ones are, if indeed they are the same thing. I think it's like 10 to the 36 power electromagnetism is stronger by, if you set your reference of the strong nuclear interaction as 1 unit, then electromagnetism is like 10 to the 34 power stronger than gravity is. Oops, I pressed the wrong button and it may have called somebody. I apologize if that was you. It was coffee converter. He's still gone, Kosha.
if anyone can do simple animations or some shit, uh, hit me up.
You're roboting,
I
Jeremy.
these real, real simple shit done. Some circles, spinning in some circles, not spinning, something moving on the edge of a circle, something flying over a circle. Real crude. It doesn't. It can be very crude. Because I got some real simple shit that needs to get laid out about reality. And
You broke up a lot, Jeremy, but I think you were asking if anyone here has any animation skills. Jeremy wants you to make very simple animations of circles and no need for them to be rotating or anything flying over it, just crude animation. He wants to do his leading the target versus making adjustments thing with the merry-go-round example that he's been giving. He wants to do an animation for that. So if anyone has any experience with that kind of thing, hit Jeremy up.
Hey yo.
Did somebody say something?
I said, hey yo.
That's what's up.
It sounds like I heard Jeremy's voice coming from your background.
No, that was Brian Green.
Brian Green.
Yeah.
Who's Brian Green?
He's a physicist. American. You wouldn't know him. This is American.
Let me see. Most people I know around here are Americans, aren't they?
Yeah, he's a pretty famous physicist, but
I see
it's
Brian
like
Green.
have you
Oh, I
seen
know
those
him.
videos where they say, yeah, I'm sure you do that. But have you seen those videos where they show like explaining gravity to 5 levels of people?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just did a video recently. Time.
It's the
5
first
levels.
YouTube result. Is theoretical physicist Brian Green explains time in 5 levels of difficulty.
That's how I was watching.
Nice.
Pretty interesting, actually. We have interesting Actually, we have the same conversation here about time over and over again because people don't believe that it's real or something. But
Do you believe it's real?
do I believe time is real? The way that I understand time, I would be a Looney Tune if I thought it wasn't real.
It would be what?
It's obviously real, in my opinion. Man, what do you mean by real? Why don't you start there?
Well, yeah, I don't actually know because I just asked the question back to see what your take on it. But I think there's the idea that the past and the future are fundamentally different than the present. The present is the only thing that exists, that is part of reality, and the past and the future don't exist. Just the present. I think that's the intuition people usually have. And then time being real makes both the past and the future real, as well as the present. It's just not taking place yet, but it's there, right? That would be the notion of a real, the time being a real thing. Is that it?
I think the exact opposite, dude. I think the past, present, the past and the future are indeed real.
Yeah.
The present means nothing.
It's just a specific point in that.
That's right. Yes.
Right. But
a single.
But it has to be real. Like the present has to be different because we experience things taking place.
Yeah, but I think the present is just as real as a point is real. Right?
But
a point that has 0 dimensions.
Right, but it isn't something actually moving from the past to the future.
Yeah, that's right. And then if you have a graph of space, things are moving across different points. But like I said, that point has no dimensions, and time is infinitely precise, right? Like how precise is a moment? It's like it's an instant. How do you even pinpoint that?
Playing time.
Playing time, yeah. But I guess that's until we find out that there's, even something even more fundamental. Because in playing time, just based off our limitations of the physics we currently know, but who knows? I don't. I certainly don't know. So. As people are right. I'll tell you because there's not that many people in here, but people are right, dude. I'm not really an expert on anything. Sometimes I just look stuff up and Google it, and it sounds like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't.
Well, some things you don't have to Google that much to know a thing or two about them.
I know. It is true that of course, if we're talking about something and I don't know it, then I'll Google it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And then after I
Yeah,
Google it, if I understand it, then I don't know what's wrong with that either.
yeah, that's true. Like if I like say I Google something and then bring it up, and then you also Google it, and then you start responding to me, but I Googled it first, so you can't respond to me because you're just Googling it. I mean, I also just Googled it, but I did it first.
Yeah, often the problem is that the people who are making the claim that, like, someone's Googling something that's wrong, they haven't even researched the thing they're making claims about, and that's puts me in a difficult position because I did just research it, um, and so now I'm doing something wrong because so I'm in a position where I know a bit more about it than the person making the claim does, but that's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah,
But I digress. I used to not like Brian Greene, but I like him now. I used to think he was annoying. I don't know what it was about him, but I just didn't like him. I think it was the way he talked.
maybe.
Oh shit! Hold on.
The what?
No, go ahead. I can't talk for a second though, but go ahead.
All right. I don't know what's the point then, but there's a physicist who I really like the way he used to talk and how he will explain things. If I could pick one person in the world to have like a day of conversation with, I would pick that guy.
Wow, not you wouldn't even pick a woman? Wow,
No, I would pick that
interesting.
guy.
Interesting. Okay.
I already can talk every day with women, so why would I
Okay.
pick?
Well, yeah, if I had to pick out of people, it was just I can rule out a bunch of people because. But anyways, okay. I get what you're saying. Who's the guy? What's his name?
It was it's Richard Feynman.
Oh yeah, dude. Of course. I agree with you, man. He's dead though, but I agree with you.
You know, in our conversations about the collisions of particles, I bet he
Yeah,
would
yeah,
have
yeah.
us satisfied in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Because
He's
it's not
got
that only like
yeah.
he's like an expert on the subject. He would also give very, very good intuitive explanations on all sorts of things.
Yeah, you know what, dude? Because I study people. I study everybody, and I study the model that certain people how they were parented. And he talks about his dad sometimes, or he's talked about his dad. And I have friends like this too, where like I have a bunch of friends growing up and stuff, and I could see how their parents deal with them in different circumstances. And one thing is like kids ask a lot of questions, and depending, especially at certain ages, like 3 to 7, but then even beyond that, and it really depends. It's really important how you decide to answer those questions, because Richard Feynman even described how his dad would answer those questions, and he told a story about like a wagon, like he was on a wagon or something, and his dad would like ask a question. His dad would like explain in like an intuitive way, like what the motions were, that like whenever he would pull the wagon and then he would fall back on the wagon, and so he gave him like an
Wait, what's a
intuition.
wagon?
It's a fucking cart with a handle. Like you see
Oh,
those
wait
red
a second.
carts.
Let me
No,
Google
is
that.
it? You know what a cart is? It's got wheels
Oh yeah, yeah. What do you mean?
and
What
a
do you mean?
handle,
A
and you
car
pull
with
it.
a handle?
Yeah, like it's like
Oh,
it's like
like
the little.
the thing you put babies to walk around.
No, not really. You always see kids playing with them, and some people they might have it in their garden, and they might pull plants with it. Um,
Well,
yeah,
I
people don't really
googled.
use them for anything anymore, but they're red. That's important
I,
because they're
I
red.
googled
They're always red.
walking, and then I got the motion of the tail of the dog.
Wagging. That's what. Yeah, they're talking about wagging. There's
I don't know.
wagon. WAGON.
Wagon.
And there's
Okay, yeah, I get it. Yeah, we don't have it here.
You
but
see
I get
the red one?
Yeah, the red one.
Okay. It looks like
It's not
children's
something we
play
have
toys.
here, but no, it makes sense. Yeah, I only seen this in cartoons like Tom and Jerry and stuff.
Exactly. Tom and Jerry, Toy Story. People don't use them anymore. I saw one the other day, but that's because I was in somebody's garden. But anyways, the point is he was talking about how he was like in a wagon and he was being pulled by his dad or something, and he was asking about why he goes backwards when he pulls it. So he's anyways. The point is he would give him an intuition. He'd give him a way of describing what happened, that he would describe it to him in a way that was intuitive and was at the same time in depth. And it's just I feel like answering children's questions in a proper way sets them in motion for the rest of their life.
Right. Yeah, actually, that's one of the demotivations I have to have a child. Like I want to, how children are curious. And nowadays, one of the things I like to do the most with my time is to satisfy those curiosities that some of them I have them now, but some of them I had like from the time I was a kid, like how rainbows work, why do they move with you, a lot of things like that. I'm only now getting the answers to them. And I feel like when we ask questions like this, we don't get the proper answer, or at least we don't get answers that makes us wonder more about it,
Right.
And if I have a kid, I would want them to I want to cultivate this feeling, this curiosity of trying to understand, how things work. And anyway,
I told you.
I
told you I studied. I study it just like you study anything else. I observed this in my friends and in different models. And one model I noticed that was particularly successful was my friend's, because he even as like we were like 16, 17, he still asked questions, and his parents would still do it in this way. I could tell it's always been like that, but he would ask them a question, and then they would answer in a way that wasn't really an answer. It was more of like,
let me guess,
yeah, go ahead.
Provoking a thought, or
like provoking a thought, or offering a way,
to find an answer.
a direction to go. Yeah, exactly. A way to ask the question to actually find a meaningful answer.
Right.
And they were like, so yeah, engage. But the whole point is, I guess, engaging in the question with them and discovering the answer together, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
But I think that's extremely important because there's parents who, like, when their kids are 3 and 7, they start doing this, they just blow them off. So it's like, oh, come on, so shut up. They're just asking non-stop questions. Yeah, it's extremely limiting.
I really like explaining stuff, and once like I want to be a teacher, or I want to teach at some point in my life. I want to make a living out of it because it doesn't pay well, and what I do already pays more than what a teacher gets or professor gets.
Yeah, porn. Yeah.
Oh, not that.
Yeah, okay, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were still doing porn. Okay.
No. Took some time off that. And
but yeah,
something that I really like is like when someone asks me a question, and then I can drive them to the answer instead of giving them the answer. I for like they want to understand an algorithm. Let's say a error correction algorithm. I don't start explaining the algorithm. I just like explain the basic building blocks of the idea of the algorithm, like how you can use the parity of a sequence of bits to know that one changed, and how you can combine knowledge of different portions of the number to cut out exactly where the bit changed. And I keep giving them clues on how they could achieve the answer so they can get the algorithm themselves, and
Yeah, I see what
I
you're
managed to
saying.
get some of my friends to like derive the algorithm on their own just by me explaining, like giving them the direction. You know? And when they did that, I could see their reaction was like a wow moment. You know, when they got to the answer and it worked. It was I could feel that they were having a very nice experience finding the algorithm. A much
Yeah,
nicer experience than if I just explained it. You know.
exactly. Yeah, they retain it a lot. I mean, infinitely more that way, deriving it themselves. But yeah, would you
Mhm.
say that inspires your or is that somewhat related to the way you engage in here in this community? It's kind of like practice for, uh, I guess what you know, because I can't do that, to be honest with you. Like even if I tried, like I'd want to, but it's hard for me to express things to people, let alone orchestrate incepted knowledge. Do an inception of information in the brain.
Right.
Sorry, that probably doesn't make sense to you. There's a movie called Inception, and they did that. But anyway,
I watched it
okay, fair enough.
about 5
But
times.
yeah, yeah.
I didn't
Well,
get it the first
regardless,
two.
yeah, nobody gets it even still, dude. Doesn't make much sense. But like, why would you need to go in? Why would anybody even have a dream inside of a dream? But it doesn't matter.
Not to go deep inside the subconscious, according to the movie.
Yeah, but you don't have to do that. Like, you can just go into the first level of dreams, and you can influence people that way. I don't know why you need to go inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream. Like, keep
Yeah,
going inside dreams. Seems redundant.
uh, according to the movie, the deeper you go, the more powerful the influence it would be.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, this matter. Because the thing is, like I said, if you put the idea in someone's head from their dream, just the base level dream, that's kind of all it takes. Like, why would you need to go further than that?
It was
Like,
about accessing the
are they gonna not
information.
be convinced by that? Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, they had to believe it so much that they gave him the code at the end, right?
Yeah, but do you remember I told you like I was doing that with my friend? I mean, regardless of if even I was successful doing it or not, like whenever I'm inspired by a dream, if something happens in your dream, it's never inspires you because it was a dream within a dream. It's like it could just be inside your first level dream, and it's gonna be convincing enough, yeah, to be a thought that was derived from yourself.
Just be happy you have Inception, okay? All right.
Okay.
All we had in the '80s was Flatliners, okay?
Yeah, I saw the remake of that recently. Wasn't that good?
It's not good. You can't remake Flatliners. It's only good once. You think they're gonna remake Inception ever? No, fucking it wouldn't work.
That's different though, man. I like
Can't remake Nolan movies.
yeah, as I say, yeah, I like Christopher Nolan. I like movie maker movies. I forget what you call
Did
them.
you like his recent one,
Yes,
Tenet? Did you
I
think
did. I
that
liked it a lot.
is that addressing conspiracy theory in an interesting way? That movie.
Not at all. What do you mean? What do you
Did he
mean?
need did there need to be a Pentagon that's crashed into by plane? Did that need to be part of the story?
There was
Do
no
you think?
Pentagon.
Oh, there isn't?
Oh, well, yeah, it was a Pentagon.
Oh, kosher. You see what I seen?
Yeah, okay, dude.
Don't spoil. I didn't watch it.
Well, it's not really a spoiler. It's a good movie, though, dude. I like it. I've watched it so many times just because somebody
Tenet?
made this joke. Like, you have to watch Christopher Nolan movies. Like, you said you watched Inception 5 times. He actually makes it so you have to watch them, like, fucking over and over again just to really grasp it. But
Which
yeah, I
is
saw
kind of
Tenet
true,
like
right?
12 times. Still didn't get fucking what Snacks got from it. That's a good point, man. I totally missed that connection there. So I don't think like that anymore. I never heard
What I
anybody else say that
really
either.
hate about Inception is that there's no answer in the end of the movie whether or not that's last seen if that's a dream or not.
Yeah, that's the whole point,
It's a
man.
dream. It's a dream.
It's there's no answer to that. Obviously,
You
that's
just
the
you
whole
don't
point
end
of
the
putting it
movie
in the
like
movie.
with the because if they were gonna end the movie, I mean, I guess it's let you think about it, but like it would just show that there were the top was down. Like the top wasn't moving. That's what they'd show you. If you're like, oh, he finally did that shit. It shows you that it's still spinning. Shows that he's still in a dream. I think.
They only showed for a sec.
You can
They did
wonder.
it so people could be talking about it, and so that people could still be thinking if it happened or not.
Because
But
he's still in a
obviously-
dream.
It's an
Because
endless discussion.
you can say this, but you know, it's because he's still in a dream.
Yeah, but
Well,
they were only looking at it for like they
Sorry.
were looking at it for like 10 seconds. That's not the
that's the thing about his totem. There is no amount of time that it tells like that this is if it exceeds this amount of seconds, then I'm dreaming. There's not a value for that, right? In the movie, so he would know if he's not dreaming if the thing falls, but how can he know that he's dreaming when the thing doesn't
By
fall? Because
looking at
maybe
it
it
for 5
didn't
minutes.
take time enough. Oh yeah. I mean that. There's no
I
exact
would
number.
establish. Yeah, I know, but I mean, there's not an exact number. But after 5 minutes, I'd be like, dude, I'm dreaming. There's no way this thing's
Fair
spinning
enough,
for 5
fair enough.
minutes.
Yeah, but it makes a very bad tilting, right? It's tilting. It only gives you an answer after 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah. I've been honestly, dude. If I was being honest with myself, I wouldn't even spin it perfectly. I'd spin it like sloppily. I like spin it sloppily and not even try that much, and see what happens.
Also, giving it a bias to fall faster if it's.
Yeah, I guess.
Get it.
Never had a dreidel that spun for fucking minutes.
I mean, if you were having a dream and you got the combination to the lock, you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, that's easy for me. I'll just write that down. Is that how that works?
Dude, I do that. What was the thing? There was a number that I got for my dream, and I couldn't remember. And then there was a movie quote.
Yeah.
It was a movie quote.
Not everybody has that experience. I can pull numbers out of dreams, only for about like 5-10 seconds after I wake up.
Yeah.
Not much longer than that.
If you don't write it down right away, you'll lose it. You'll lose most of it. But if
it has to be basically a nightmare.
Right away,
the dream itself has to be scaring the shit out of me in order for me to get to this point. Anyway, but go ahead.
Well, I think that's because of I think it's because we were talking about sleep cycles before, and I told you like it's like a movie length, like 90 minutes or whatever, and then there's the REM state, which is like the climax. But if you wake up properly, then you'll wake up at because basically after the REM state, it goes back to like a relaxing. I forget what state that is, but it's like the relaxing one that you start out in. And if you wake up at that time, I think that helps kind of get you out of the dream, right? Like it's that dream state. Whereas like if you wake up during like the scary part, the REM stage, then yeah, it's gonna still be with you. So it's probably a lot easier to recall it then. But even still, if you do nothing right when you wake up, and there's literally nothing influencing you, and the first thing you do when you open your eyes is write down what you can remember from your dream, you can retain so much of it just by.
Writing's not even fast enough. Writing's not even fast enough for me. I have to actually just be like talking to you right when I wake up.
Right.
Yeah, what I used to do when I used to recover many of my dreams was just to force. Every time I would wake up, my first instinct would be just to remember as much as I could, and I keep doing that after I stood up and started doing my things. I would still trying to get more and more about the dreams, and doing that for a couple of weeks. I'll get more and more. It's something like you're training your brain to do that, and you get better and better and better. The more you do that, the more you can remember.
Yeah. Also, it's true that like same with memory in general. If you start recalling even the most mundane details, most of it will come back to you.
Mm-hmm. I just have my dreams are like unwelcome. So I don't know. I try to just like smoke weed. I think that helps.
What are you dreaming about?
I don't know. They're just like they get like it's like too hyper real, like hyper lucid and or just frightening, you know. But it'll be like really strange things.
Jesus.
Well, I tried for a long time to get lucid dreaming. I only did
Like
it
it
once.
wasn't. I guess it's not. It's just like it's super real. But I'm like, why is there an address to this house? And like, why am I being shown this house? Is what I'm wondering to myself in the dream. And then like sometimes I'll just take a back seat and I just watch the dream play out and stuff, and it's really weird. So like there was one with like missing kids. I dream about missing kids a lot, and it's not helpful to me resting. What's a maladaptive trait? Isn't it? I dream about missing kids getting kidnapped. It's like not good. I don't want that. That's no good. Ghost parents telling me addresses for things. I don't even want to think that I have that. I don't want to like. Why would I even make that up for myself? Get out of my head, dreamland. Go away. Go away now. That's how I feel. Maybe it's a better space to be using for other people, though.
Well, I mean,
Like
I
I
told
said,
you about the.
I've
Yeah,
solved
go ahead.
like actual like mechanical problems once in a while. I'll have like a weird dream and I'll be like, wait. Like the dream will have nothing to do with my aha moment. After that, I'll be like, wait, what? Oh, wait, I could do that. Like, I don't know, man. Mine's mysterious.
Yeah, but a lot of your dreams are inspired by the events of that day. Depends on what you're doing all day, man.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy is in 2014 I was having dreams. I thought I was in the Middle East in a war zone, and for like 2 weeks straight, I would wake up or I would fall asleep, and I would end up in the same dream. I was having the same dream, like in the same theme of the same dream. And I felt like it was really happening, and I was like right around the same time as ISIS was uh, becoming more pronounced. And I don't know. I felt like I was actually there. Like I would go to sleep, and maybe I was actually there. Because it's weird. I was having the same dream, and
Mm,
yeah, it felt real.
right.
But
Yeah.
who knows?
The ghost parents in my dream were like, we keep trying to tell you, you need to remember this. What an imagination I must have. You know what I mean?
Ghost parents?
Like in a dream, they're showing me a videotape of like a realty company. I'm seeing the videos of the thing. It's got something to do with like missing kids. The whole thing of it. Who dreams of that? What the fucking point of that? Hyper real? Well, for what?
I don't know. I think. I think dreams are
That's like getting a
like
whole
if it's
cable service for I don't even want that.
well, call the cable guy. Hey, hold on. I'll be right back.
I had a whole dream with Lawrence Fishburne. No, Samuel L. Jackson. Like, I guess connected probably somehow to the line from Pulp Fiction about the finder of lost children, which he actually did later do a movie like that. It's interesting. But that was like a whole thing, just like a movie happening. Yeah.
Funny, there was a news reporter guy who was doing an interview with Samuel Jackson, and he convinced him with Lawrence Fishburne one time.
Wow.
It's crazy.
What if I told
Eh,
you? Oh, that's a Morpheus meme. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know you're doing the Morpheus meme. I guess I'll be right back there.
How do you get like things happening, dreams that are like perfectly real, right? Do you ever have memories of dreams having dreams like where you're like, wow, that was 100,000% real, crazy. It's like we're actually in our memories or something, you know. I don't know how else it could just be perceptually like that. Yeah, that's what you said. Totally got you. Yeah. Run, Kosho. Also, in case anybody was unaware, shout out to the departed father of trash television, Jerry Springer, moving on up. All right. I don't know. It just generally seems like Dream Space is like way too constructed. Like if you could actually get into somebody's head like while they were sleeping, like you'd like own them. Like it's a bad situation. I wouldn't want to have anybody in my head while I was dreaming. Fuck all that. I don't even like being in my head. What's up? Inception's a terrible idea. But I still like movies like that. I like the there's a few different ones. Alright, get out here, Bacon. You guys run away. Run the fuck away. I'll kick your ass at dream movies. Don't even mess with me.
What's going on here? Alrighty then.
What happened? Did we smash all the globers already? We squared it all away. Figured it all out. It's flat. So I just get a kick out of when I hear Kosho acting like he knows anything about economics, which he doesn't. So I have to get on him about that. But he said something about how much money's in circulation. That's like okay. That's okay. He said the money in circulation determines the value of the dollar, and it fluctuates. There's only like 2% of the money in circulation, and it always has to get replaced because money doesn't last forever. But that's not even part of what goes into valuing the dollar and all that. So like it's funny when he talks about markets and stuff because he knows nothing about Jeremy too, about buying and selling pressure and all this stuff. Believe me, if there was anything Jeremy said about buying, like when a lot of people buy, that means the markets would go up. That's absolutely not the case because any like foreign government could come in and manipulate our markets, and there's no way that would ever happen. The only way markets go up and down is because the central banks want them to, because they're trying to make money, and there's winners and losers, and that's the only way markets go up and down. And they're all the same. All markets are the same. They're all rigged. I don't care what market you're playing. Bitcoin, they all work the same. It's like musical chairs or hot potato. Who gets holding the bag, you know? But it's absolutely not buying and selling pressure which determines the price of an asset. That's absolutely not. There's no way that buy whatever.
You're roboting, man. We can't hear you. You're roboting.
Am I really?
Yeah.
How about now?
Still roboting. It's still roboting, man. We can't hear anything. Totally just chopping up.
Is this guy in here giving bad financial advice again?
I believe he's talking to trash. Yeah. About you. He was at least trying to. And then he got roboted out.
Hey, you know what?
Working, dude.
Disconnect and restart your computer or something.
You gotta do something, man. We can't hear anything.
The ether knows you're talking shit and it's blocking you.
Hey, I'm hearing Jeremy.
No, it didn't work, bro. You're still roboting. You still don't know anything about finances.
All right, that's cool, man.
No, we still can't hear you, bro. You're still roboting. You're still roboting.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, just to respond to one thing you did say there. I mean, yeah, there's no doubt that there's the banks and all that can very likely manipulate, prices and things. But in general, the asset is based upon the order book. So, I mean, you can move a price yourself. Like if you buy like enough of something, you can spike it right there yourself. You can click it and you'll spike it because it's connected to the order book. And if you buy like enough, of something, the minute you buy it, it's going to go boom, it's going to spike because it eats up all, especially if you do a market order, it's going to eat up all the there's the buy and the sell part of the order book. The bid and the ask is what I meant to say. So you're going to buy up all the bids. Or
But we tried explaining the order book thing to him before he didn't get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't even know what it was, I think. Yeah.
If I had $100 billion, I could spike the price of Euro USD right now or whenever it's open.
Yeah, you can spike cryptos pretty easily. A lot of those cryptos you can spike. You're roboting, man.
Better internet now.
This is actually the best conversation I've ever had with this guy.
I know. This is the way to do it. Just let him say some stuff, and then he just robots, and then we could just respond correctly.
Correctly? Okay, like, first of all, the order book, I know what the order book is. Like, I know pretty much everything, like, in trading.
Really? So you're killing it out there?
I am, dude. Every day.
Yeah?
For years.
Really?
Yeah.
How much are you making?
Dude, more than your bank account, I'll tell you that much.
Really? So how much per day? Like percentage?
More than you've ever did.
Really? So how many percentages a day would you say roughly what you're making there? What's your average? How many pips? What do you even know what a pip is? What are you doing out there?
Dude, pip? What's a pip? I don't trade Forex, dude. That's for like losers. That's hilarious, dude. How many?
The biggest markets in the world you don't trade. Okay, well that's interesting.
Dude, they're the well, if you've noticed, like Euro USD or pound or any of those markets, they're not moving. Pound dollar.
The biggest financial market in the world is for losers.
Well, they're like I was saying before, they're all rigged. So, like, you can try and corner markets, but you're not gonna.
But not for you. You said you're killing it, so they're not rigged for you, right? So they're letting you through. You said you're absolutely shredding out there, right?
Yeah, I know how to trade them. That's why.
Oh, so they're manipulated for everyone else, but not for you.
No, they're manipulated for the banks, bro.
So what's your average percentage gain then in your trading daily?
Probably about, I make about 20% a month, which is really good.
Like 0.5% a day?
The average, the average hedge fund manager makes 10 to 15 a year. So, yeah, I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Mm-hmm.
That's great. If you're so good, how do you not know anything about finance? That it's not adding up.
You can say I don't, but I really do.
Well, I mean, I'm just going on judging off what you've said in the past. I don't know. It doesn't sound like you're like very, very knowledgeable on it. You didn't know what the order book was or how prices got moved and shit, like basic stuff.
I know what the order book is, dude. I know what all that crap is, but that's not how markets move. That's not why they move.
That is the only reason why they move. Yeah, all right. If nobody buys or sells on the, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that there are entities that are adding or adding fake orders on an order book, but there is a mechanical way that it works. Meaning, if you look at an order book and you look at the last, the last sold of that asset, the last ones that were sold, the price that's shown on a chart is the last price that is on the last sold part of the book. and then you have the bid and the ask of the parts of the book. So, I mean, you could say that there could be conspiratorial forces involved that are either adding fake orders or they're doing whatever they're doing. But at least on a mechanical level, it's based upon the last sold of that asset. And then the bid and the ask are the actual orders on the book that you can either buy or sell your asset at. So, I mean, it is on a mechanical level. That's how it works.
They do that. They call that spoofing. I don't know if you know about spoofing, but of course they do that to the market. That's how you'll never know if it's moving or not. But you can tell that they're holding price, like holding it in a tight range, because they do this every day. And this is exactly how I trade. You'll notice like a holding pattern, and then they'll take it to one side where, you know, some orders are resting. Then they liquidate those. Then they take it to the other side, take those guys out, and then move it in the direction that they were, you know, planning on taking it.
Like a big wiggle in the chart.
It's basically like a pump and dump, or like a fake out. Basically all it is. They do it every day.
I wouldn't doubt it.
So ask me anything about trading. What do you want to know?
No, I don't know. There's nothing.
I would like to ask you negative questions about trading. Is that possible?
Yeah, whatever.
No, I'm saying like I would like I have negative number of questions to ask you.
I wish I could take our conversations back that we've had about trading in the past.
Okay, so you guys are obviously winning, right? So, you know, why talk to me about it? Because you guys are the pros, right?
Well,
Jeremy,
I don't know. What are you trading?
Jeremy's won so much money, right? Crypto and stuff.
I did pretty good in crypto, actually. I probably made a pretty penny. What are you trading now?
Me, I trade stocks and equity.
Yeah, what stocks?
Like,
stocks
I mean,
you doing options?
That is. No, fuck no. I don't trade options.
What indices you trading?
ES and NQ. Sometimes
ES and EQ.
ES and NQ.
20% a month. That's pretty good.
It is, dude. Been doing it for years,
no
bro.
doubt. Yeah, 20% a month is fucking good money, dude. What do you got? Any good method, or what's up? You gonna share it?
Yeah, dude. I have strategies and stuff. I mean, I've been using them for
what do you
years.
use? Indicators? Use indicators, or
I use whatever, dude. I really.
What kind of indicators you use?
With the way you guys, you know, kind of have been mocking me or whatever, I don't think I'll share my strategy with you guys.
What kind of indicators you use, bro?
I don't really think you're. You came in.
To be honest, I don't use any.
You came in talking trash, so I think we were just giving you a little bit.
So let's hear about your winnings, Gio. How much are you winning in the market?
It's a trap.
Why do you stay quiet, bro? You can't matter.
He's probably just stunned by how much you make. He's probably just amazed by how much you're making. 20% a month.
There's people who make more.
Fucking banging, bro. Yeah, but if you can make 10% a month or something, that's phenomenal in the trading world.
No, if you make 6% a month, you'll double your money in a year. So 20%.
What's up?
If you make 6%.
I mean, there's another guy in here named Godric. There's another guy in here named Godric. He does about 9% a month, which is still pretty good.
Yeah, I heard. Dude. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what indicators do you use though? For real, what indicators do you use?
I don't use any, bro. That's like
I thought you used them.
That's like retail thinking. Yeah. No, I don't.
Oh, I thought you told me you used some indicators a minute ago. You go off price action. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can call it that. It's just basically how the market moves, dude.
Kind of
like
you got
how
a
I
crystal
explained
ball
earlier.
or like magic, one of those magic 8 balls? Is the
Hey, you know
S&P
what?
gonna
It's
go up?
called.
Ask again later. Shit.
Yeah, I think I already said what the S&P is going to do. Hey, Gio, do you trade? I want to know a little bit about Gio's trading because maybe he could teach me something, or maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know. You're the big baller out here making 20% a month. I mean, you should share your shit with us. Let's get big.
Well, I think Gio could show us better, man. He sounded like he knew it all.
What are you doing?
Hook us up, bro. 20% a month. I need that shit. Let's go. What do you got? Hook a brother up.
Dude, sometimes I do more. Like today, I made like 5%. Pretty
You
much
made
bought the low
5%
and
today?
sold the
That's
high.
banging.
It is, man. I just traded ES.
Yeah, nice.
You want to see my fills? I'll show you my fills.
No, it's all good. What
Or my
what app do you
statements.
use?
I don't use an app. I use a
What,
platform. I actually have a
yeah, what do
couple
you
of
got? Like E-Trade?
I have a Prime funded account with Citi, but the one I really trade with is my Thinkorswim.
On TD Ameritrade?
Oh,
Yeah,
I have a TD Ameritrade
that's
account.
fucking some complicated shit right there.
No, it's not, dude.
I don't know if anyone's ever opened up Thinkorswim for the first time, but there's a lot to it.
Not really.
I mean, it's no Robinhood. It's pretty much simple. You know, you open up Thinkorswim, there's a fucking lot of shit in there, bro. Like a lot of shit. You got a lot of fucking options up in there.
Okay, I'll give you one hint, Jeremy. So let's just say the market's poised to go up, right? And if you know about like the S&P has 500 companies, and then you have Nasdaq which has 200, and then you got the Dow which has 30. I rarely trade the Dow because one stock can affect that indice like drastically. So the
Because it's a
least
1 to 30, whereas the
indices,
S&P is 1 to 500, and it's not that big of an influence.
yeah, Yeah, you can't manipulate that one so much. So basically, what I do is I'll look for like the strongest stocks that have like Nvidia. I trade a lot. Pretty much all the FANG stocks too. I'll trade, but I'll just see which one is doing the best, and just like on a buy day, like when it's gonna go up, I'll just buy the strongest stock and I'll just buy it, and it'll just staircase up, and I'll hold it till about 3 hours before the close, and then that's it. I don't use any trend lines. I don't use any indicators. I just buy and sell based off of how the market's moving. It's easy.
Yo, how is 2 Twinkies $3 in the store? That's crazy.
But I will tell you that market sentiment plays a big role, like in how they manipulate the markets. Like, with all this news of like war in Russia, COVID, all this, man, they've been trying to just steer the markets. If you noticed, the indices aren't moving like they usually do, and they're just, with a parabolic arc, they just go vertical, right? They haven't been doing that for like the past 3 years. But they're just shaking things up is all they're doing.
Well, hasn't been going good the past 3 years.
Yeah, but it's all gonna change, dude. Like I love when I come in and I hear like people saying, "Oh, the dollar's gonna get destroyed," and well, they don't understand when the dollar gets destroyed, it has an inverse relationship with every other asset out there, because the dollar is king, right? And it's tied
I mean,
to the
maybe
bond
not for
market.
more. About it may not be for much longer. About the oil thing they're doing, right, with OPEC. Was it OPEC?
Uh-huh.
The oil dollar, the petrodollar.
Petrodollar. Check this out, Jeremy. What if? Okay.
Oh my God! What if your mom and dad never met?
The BRICS. They're talking about the BRICS is going to take over, right? What if? So the BRICS, it gets established, right? And they start taking all of the United States business. Everybody starts doing business in, say, the euro, right? Trading oil and converting with the euro. What if the United States joins them as well? Has anybody ever thought of that?
What if the U.S. what?
What if the U.S. joins the BRICS nations too, and it just becomes one giant, market, Just a different way of, you know, instead of just the petrodollar. Well, shit, now the United States has joined forces with these other countries too. Like, people just think it's, you know, the BRICS versus US dollar. No, it's, we could join them too. Who's saying we can't?
The reason the dollar has held its weight for so long is because if you want to buy oil, you need to buy dollars.
No, you need to use dollars. But
yeah, which means if you're a Russian or Chinese, you can't buy it in yens or whatever the fuck they use. You need to buy dollars.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, you can still okay, look, check this out. What if they make just like an oil dollar, like I said, that's backed by all these countries? Because if you look at the countries that they're threatening that are going to take it over, like take over the oil market, all those countries are basically close to risk to ruin anyway. Like South Africa, I don't see them, you know, being stable. Russia, not even. China's the only one. Brazil, dude, Brazil is like,
Brazil is what?
you know, on the brink of collapse. India as well.
Why is Brazil on the brink of collapse?
Well, if you look at the stability of their country, it's not that stable.
What do you mean?
You guys unstable down there, Bacon?
I don't feel unstable.
Like, come on. Okay, so you believe, you know, your government, like, you don't think your government's corrupt?
Oh, it definitely is, like most countries. You're saying it's pretty unstable in a brink of collapse. And your argument is, do you think your country doesn't have corruption? Is that it?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, when you would, okay, look, when you would compare the U.S., which is probably the most secure country, you look at Brazil, they're not even close.
Yeah, but that's different than saying we're in the brink of collapse.
Not to mention each country's GDP ratio. Like, our GDP is what, 16 trillion? Your guys' is what, 2 trillion?
Yeah, you're richer than us. I'm not disputing that. But you're saying we're on the brink of collapse. Saying we're less rich than you doesn't support it, right? It's something better to make your claim.
You guys have been on a brink of collapse for years already.
So that kind of goes against what you're saying. Like, if we're always in the brink of collapse, then we're not in the brink of collapse. You can't be in the brink of something forever. Then you weren't at the brink of that. That's the opposite of being at the brink of something, right?
Yeah, you're far from stable. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, when I ask you why.
Anyway, I was going. Huh?
Careful, Bacon. This guy is an economic genius.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, once I say something about Brazil, he wants to pipe up, but...
Of course.
Okay.
I'm the only Brazilian representative. If I'm not going to do that, who is?
Politicking daily with diplomats.
Anyway, I was, you know, talking about the countries that that formed the BRICS. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Like I said, they're not as stable as everybody, you know. It's not as scary as everybody makes them out to be, because they're all basically unstable as it is.
Yo, where is everyone? How's there only 8 people in here?
Oh, let me see.
I went away for 5 minutes and everyone left.
There are some of them are in the anti-disinfo league. Not many though. And that's it. I left most of the servers. So
I mean, my question for you, Bacon, is why is your country so unstable and on the brink of collapse? So
I don't know. I don't know where that idea can come from.
Well, okay. How about this?
Wasn't it hard to get vitamins there at one point? Like, you guys couldn't get like prenatal vitamins or something for pregnant women and shit?
What do you mean?
I heard there was a place in South America somewhere where they like couldn't get prenatal vitamins
No,
for pregnant women.
well, I don't think it's here. Oh, one thing.
No?
I mean, I would agree. The U.S. has a much more resources than we do. But one thing we have of that we are proud of is our healthcare system. We have a public healthcare system that
You got free healthcare?
yeah, everywhere, even foreigners.
Even for
Like
what?
even people who don't live here, like people from outside.
Like I could just come to Brazil and get my leg fixed or something?
Well, there's gonna be a long waiting list, but I guess so, yeah.
Do you have to press one for
I'm not sure if
English?
you just got here, you already get those rights. But I mean, the people who aren't born here can still use this system.
Yeah, when you call up somewhere and it's an automated thing, do you have to press 1 for English? Or press 2 for Portuguese or whatever you guys speak?
No.
They just automatically transfer you to the right language speaking person?
No, we don't have a multi-language system. I mean, the healthcare system.
Spanish. Yeah, you have Spanish on the west side, and you have Portuguese.
No one
on
speaks
the
Spanish
east
here. Yeah, no one speaks Spanish here.
Yeah, your country is cut in half, and half speak Spanish, half speak Portuguese. That's a lie.
It's just not true. No one speaks Spanish.
Anyway,
you don't know
I'd
shit
also
about
like
Brazil,
to say
Bacon.
Yeah,
Hey,
I guess I had to learn this.
Language you guys speak. You don't know you're on the brink of
Hey, your
collapse.
country's basically annexed from South America too, because all the other surrounding countries trade in the U.S. dollar, and your country, which has the Brazilian real, right? Is that what it's called?
Oh, the money, the real, yeah.
Yeah, nobody uses it like in nearby countries.
Yeah, we also don't use the money from nearby countries. Everyone uses their own.
He said the
No,
currency for
everybody
your whole
uses the
country
US
is.
dollar.
He said
Panama,
the currency for your whole country is.
El Salvador, Nicaragua. I can name all the countries that are nearby you, and they all use the US dollar.
Yeah, a lot of people use the US dollar, yeah. But like that's kind of unique to the US dollar. There's not many currencies that are used by other countries.
If your country was if your country was so supreme and dominant in its region, you guys everybody would have your money, but that's not even the case.
Well, I didn't say it was. Like Argentina is country.
Oh, sorry.
I know we're not the richest, like the richest country in South America. I wasn't making that claim. Why you're countering that claim that I didn't make?
No, my point was that your country is unstable and on the brink of collapse.
He doesn't even know what language his country speaks. Give him a break, Flat D. Bacon, are you even in Brazil?
I think so. Yeah. I hope I am.
Hey, are you west of São Paulo or are you east of there?
I'm at north of São Paulo now, but I'm usually south of São Paulo. I live in the south. My girlfriend lives in the north. I'm in the north now because I'm in her house, but I'll be back in mine next month.
You guys be doing weird shit down there?
What?
No, I'm just asking. Like, do you guys do weird stuff or?
Like?
Have you ever? I don't know. Yeah, have you ever been to America?
No.
Because we be doing all kinds of weird shit up here. I was just wondering if you guys had any weird shit going on down there.
What kind of weird shit?
Fucking pick something.
Say that again.
Everything. We're in all kinds of weird shit up here. Dude, have you rethought my Coriolis argument, Bacon, and realized that you're wrong yet, or no?
Oh, I actually need still some more details before I can make the GIF, which is the.
Are you willing to make the animation?
Yeah, but I need some info.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to make an animation. I'll walk you through it. We'll go down a live stream tour someday or something.
Well, yeah, I need to know one thing for now, which is the speed of the thing that is going. It's going to lead the target. So that thing is the speed of that dictates what direction it's going to take. Because if it's slower, it has to aim in a different direction than if it's faster, right? So depending on the speed, the path is going to be different. So I have to establish a speed to know where the target's going to be, and then go towards that direction, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So, am I using the same
speed for a GIF? You need speed for an animation?
Yeah, like
just like make something up.
All right, but there are two options. Like it could use either frame to determine the speed. So I'm not sure which one you.
Well, I'm gonna send you a DM exactly. I'm gonna send you a DM exactly what to do in the GIF because I want some real specific shit done. Like I want a meter stick in the air, attached to a post on the ground, on the edge of the merry-go-round, and then I first want something rotating or not rotating. I first want something traveling along the circumference, and then you go to meet it where nothing's even rotating. It's just all the inertial frame. And then I want another scenario where the drone flies the meter stick again to the edge, but the thing is spinning, and then he meets it there, and then show the other path where he follows it the whole time, like a heat-seeking missile. There's a whole bunch of shit I need done.
Or yeah, write it down. Put as much details as you can.
I'll send you a DM.
And then DM, yeah.
Hey, so you want to play some chess, Bacon?
I actually can play now, but just one match.
Good White said your whole country uses Zelda rupees as a currency.
Uses what?
No, man, but like serious. If you look at your unemployment rate, you look at your cost of living, you look at your GDP, you look at all these financial indicators, your country isn't doing that good. It hasn't been doing good for years.
You've been on the brink of collapse for fucking centuries now.
Yeah.
No, not centuries, but I mean your government is like, I mean, worthless.
Oh, it's changing all the time, right?
He said your currency. He said your currency is gold coins from World of Warcraft.
Pokemon cards, man. That's what they trade over there, dude.
Should have saved those.
Oh wait, that's Japan, my bad. They don't trade the yen. I think they're converting to Pokemon.
Didn't a couple countries in South America switch over to use Bitcoin as their main currency, like recently, past few years?
El Salvador did.
I haven't heard
of that. El Salvador. Mm-hmm. But they primarily use the U.S. dollar, actually.
Well, they made Lightning Bitcoin, so you can do transactions like you can do transactions to where you like actually can go into a supermarket and pay for something in a Bitcoin and it goes through right away. Because normally Bitcoin
Pretty
transfers
awesome,
take.
Yeah.
What's up?
Like, not a lot of people are doing that though, man, because just how much the price of Bitcoin fluctuates. It's, you know.
Yeah, that's
it's
risky. I'm
not
surprised they didn't use. I know. I'm surprised they didn't use like a stable coin or something or Dogecoin or something. I don't know.
Well,
Imagine
to
a
be
country
honest,
having Dogecoin
XRP.
as the official coin, the official currency.
To be honest, though, XRP is like one of the most stable coins. Like, that shit hasn't moved for like 3 years.
They've been under the SEC thing.
Well, yeah, they did get what's that, commandeered by the futures market. So once they did that, I knew it was game over, dude. Like that's when I lost all hope in crypto. Is when they did that. When they started trading them on the futures market, over, dude. And then you start seeing, you know, the signatures and like the footprints of how, you know, the central banks move price. So yeah, they're totally scammed too, just like all the other markets they run. Hey, send me an invite, Bacon, because I don't have your screen name. Hey, it's called Flat Earth King, dude.
Bacon looks like
He's
Bacon
still there,
left.
right?
No, he left.
Ooh, he left. Ah, okay. He ran away.
Did you guys see that Starship rocket that SpaceX launched up? It's supposed to be the one that's supposed to go to the moon or whatever, and apparently it blew up. They said it exploded. Wonder if that's a little pre-programming, like, oh, what if our rocket can't make it, or it's gonna blow up, it can't get men to the moon or whatever. But I saw that. So I saw people in here typing like, oh, I'm getting excited for this Starship launch, and I was joking like, what, the Starship Enterprise? I was like joking with them because that's the name of it or whatever.
The moon, the final frontier.
But apparently, I saw
Hey,
some.
is that the SpaceX?
But I saw some. Yeah, it's a SpaceX thing. But I saw some news article that said that it exploded, and it had some problem or whatever. That's supposed to be the thing that's supposed to go to the moon next year.
Hey, is there some sort of reason they called it SpaceX? Because it sounds like space sex. And, you know, everybody loves sex, so why not just
Yeah, I don't doubt
outright,
it.
you know,
Yeah, Jack
call
Parsons.
it that, but
Yeah, Jack Parsons and those guys were all into sex magic shit. I wouldn't doubt that that's somewhat purposeful. Yeah.
Yeah, they're into sex magic.
because
You got Disney writing sex in the clouds with all kinds of sex shit in their Disney shit.
yeah,
Yeah, they make
dude,
people
like
every time
I
someone
just thought
says,
of that right now as I said it. Like, no, like when I just said it, it's because I said it right, but I never even thought of that till now. But look how many times people have been saying SpaceX, so then it makes space somewhat sexy, right? Because you're literally saying it.
right, it makes you say it, yeah, over and over. Space sex, yeah, basically, yeah, because space ends with like an S sound and then X, yeah.
Exactly, dude.
We went over that on Brandon's one night. Yeah. Who was the guy that was doing sex magic? I forgot one of the guys' name. It was 4 dudes or something, or a few dudes, and one of the guys was into like sex magic.
Jack Parsons and what's the other?
I think it's the
Walt
other guy.
Disney.
No, the other guy.
Aleister Crowley.
I think it was Crowley was into the sex magic thing. What's up, guys? How we doing? Okay, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
What's up, Jeremy? Where is everybody tonight?
I don't know, man. As soon as I get an animation made, you know what? I might just draw it out on his teacher's board. There's an earth science teacher in my section, and I don't know, like 2 years ago, I was gonna have a little chat with him about the Coriolis effect and what's going on Earth. So I started talking to him about it. I'm like, all right. So he said he teaches it. He's like, yeah, I teach this every year. I teach the Coriolis effect. I was like, all right, good, perfect. So you know about it. I was like, all right. So you know how you got the inertial frame and the non-inertial frame? He's like, wait, what? Hold on. He started taking notes and shit. So
What?
now 2 years later, I'm hoping that he looked what that is up, and he knows. So now I can have this conversation with him for real, because now I got something real to bring to him.
Hold on, bro. You mean to tell me the science teacher, what, in a high school, didn't know what reference frames were?
Have you ever seen Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, a while back.
Yeah, no, he didn't know what it was, and he teaches Coriolis, which is, I'm not surprised, because all you got to do is say, I don't know. I don't know how you would even explain the Coriolis without the frame. So yeah, I don't know, but either way, I'm hoping he looked into it, and I can now have this conversation with him, because he was taking notes. So I gave him homework. Hopefully, he did his homework. He's had 2 years. I don't know how long it takes, but he should have already known it. Honestly, like I don't know.
So the cleaner gave the science teacher notes. Wow, that's rich.
Told him I want to see him after class.
We're in a sad state of affairs, man. We truly are.
They make kids go to school for so fucking long. I've learned more shit in the past fucking, I don't know, 4 years, whatever I've spent with you guys, than I have probably my entire school career.
Yeah, everybody says that. Even the guys that the guys that went
Even
to
the smart
university,
guys,
college.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Nobody learned this much.
It appears I didn't miss much in school, because none of these guys, they know absolutely nothing. You're saying the teachers also don't know. This is incredible.
Yeah, he didn't know what the. I honestly don't know how to explain the Coriolis effect without using the reference frames. Yeah, I don't know how you would do it, but I mean, I guess he's doing it because he didn't even know and he teaches it. So I don't know.
That's like saying you're teaching elephants, but you don't know what a tusk is. You know?
On a side note, my wife could suck the booger out of elephant tusk. So
Were you on? Did you think you were on mute when you said that?
no, we were talking about. I figured it was appropriate since we were talking about elephant tusks. So yeah, as soon as I see a good opportunity, like I don't want to like just burst into his room one day and be like, "Did you do your homework about the reference?" Like I just want to like catch him when he's got like a minute and see if I could talk to him about this. It may be better to explain it to someone who doesn't know the reference frames, because then they won't get fucking confused. Yeah, you can have one of them.
Yeah, they're either playing with our heads. They're either because how can you not see it, man? How can you not see that? It's like so.
My real question is, how did everyone miss this? How did all these smart people miss this?
Yeah, you got a great argument. I think the one I have is a freaking killer one with the river, the flow. I mean, how could you not see this, man?
I don't know.
Then you have this one. I mean, this is really like you need like a padded room, you know, with the thing there with your hands tied. The one where the Earth accelerates in both directions. It accelerates from the north and it accelerates from the south without expanding.
That's fucking stupid. Yeah, that shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. These guys get so mixed up in the reference frame. They think that when you're falling from that reference frame, you can say the Earth's coming up to you. If you don't know reality, yeah, you could say that. You know, all you know is you're falling and the Earth's coming up to you. Yeah, you could say the Earth's accelerating up to you in that reference frame, sure, but it's not reality. Just like these guys are fucking reality deniers, is what it is. They call the science deniers for years, and then come to find out they're actually reality deniers.
Exactly. Imagine they give us like 5 minutes, me or you or any one of us in here. 5 minutes when Zanuck on CNN. Ding 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 ding, special presentation. Just imagine the things we can make him say in 5 minutes. Uphill rivers, reference frame. Oh my god, it would be a comedy.
Yeah, but SE, what if we just tell them to put a micrometer on a water level?
Yeah. Oh, that'll do it, Rob. Yeah. I bet you they haven't even heard of a micrometer. They probably don't even know what a micrometer is, bro.
Yeah, what's going on with your boy Bev? Why is he only doing 30-minute streams now?
We do university lessons off air.
Oh, some really cool shit, man. I must say, bro. Yeah, philosophy, Euclid. Yeah, some really upper level head stuff. Yeah, good.
Yeah, but
Advanced simplicity.
Why was his stream only 30 minutes that I watched last night?
Because he does it on Discord
Today the
now.
power went out.
Oh, bro, I'm used to these 6-hour fucking things. If it ain't 5 hours, it don't even count.
Yeah.
Join the Discord. Just come in and listen even.
Who's Zanuck gonna loop in circles if I'm over there?
I guess. We try to stay away from them circular arguments. We just like to keep learning more and more.
I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Nice to be back here, though. It's been a minute.
Yeah, man. Good to have you.
No
Good to have
mayhem,
you.
though. Good.
Well, just wait.
I was watching the live stream the other day, and there was some mayhem. It was the co-show and somebody. You're giving them the gears.
What was it on? I forgot.
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
I watch so much YouTube. I'm always on YouTube. So I'll just pick up a random stream here and there, and I don't even remember half the shit I watch. I'm sure it's soaking into the mainframe somewhere.
Rob's busy making sweet cars, man. Like that last one you made there, Rob. That was not made, souped up
What
there.
up?
The old, yeah.
You should see
What's
the
up?
one I had today.
You got beef? Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I was gonna catch you when he jumped off of that. My bad, guys. My bad.
No, it's all good. Have you ever, hey, SE, have you ever heard of somebody putting 2 superchargers on a motor?
2 of them.
2 superchargers. I've never seen it before in my entire life.
Same here, bro.
What does that even do?
I don't know, but this thing is the meanest sounding car I've ever heard.
You think it could
It's
beat a
got,
Tesla?
oh yeah,
I
if
don't
you
know,
can
bro.
keep
Them
his tires,
Teslas are sick with it, bro.
keep his tires stuck to the ground. No, this thing was so nuts. It's got a
Have you ever seen a
502
Tesla
block.
lose?
Yeah, I saw a drag with something beat a Tesla. It was a Hellcat or something. Somebody souped up.
Oh, Hellcats are fucking sick. I seen a Hellcat outrun a helicopter before, bro.
This car that I worked on today would beat a Hellcat.
No joke, bro. The Hellcat outran the helicopter.
This car, I was working on this car today. He had a motor, custom crate motor built, 502 big block, and then put 2 superchargers on it.
Why those Dodges got such evil names? Hellcat. They got the Dodge Demon.
Yeah, they used to have a Rumblebee. It was like a Roadrunner Bumblebee on their pickup truck. No, I love cars. Cars are fun.
Well, do you ever hear Joe Rogan when he says, I bought a Tesla because I had to. I had to promise him, blah, blah, blah. He came on my podcast. Not that I want to fluff up Joe Rogan because I think he's a traitor. But anyways, that's another story.
No, but Teslas are cool. Teslas are cool.
Sorry?
I said Teslas are cool.
They're
I
dumb
can't really
fast.
work on them.
Check this
I
out,
can't
bro.
work on them.
He says, I have, what did he say? He said he had a supercar. I forget which one it was, but he goes, this thing blows the doors out of it. Like,
Yeah, there's not
no
a lot of cars that can
competition.
beat
Yeah,
the.
yeah.
Yeah, like you get all those muscle cars, there's fire spitting out of the fucking hood and shit, and this Tesla will just smoke them.
Yeah.
Blow them out, yeah. It's hard to believe, but it's got four electric
motors.
motors, one on each
Yeah.
tire. Yeah, it just freaking blows out like a bat out of hell. No
That's what it
transmission.
is. It's the instant. Yeah, it's just instant power to the wheels. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't believe it till a friend of mine, and it's the ugly one that goes fast. It's the one that looks like a freaking what? It looks like a family thing. The bigger one. Well, that's the one that he told me. I forget the model. Anyways, he goes
Seen
to
one
me. I've
guy that
never been
races
in
them.
a fat. Sorry.
I seen one guy that races him. He ripped the back seat out. He had some supercharged electric thing in the fucking motor. So I don't know what he did. Some weird shit. And yeah, that shit goes dumb fast.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, but true. Yeah, electrical car blows the doors out of most cars, most sports cars. Yeah. What does it cost? 120 grand or something?
Dude, it depends. If you want the fucking if every time you add something, it costs like thousands of dollars. Like if you want the autonomous driving thing, it's like 5Gs, I think, bro. Yo, they're starting to do weird shit with cars, like BMW sells they sell a heating element in their seats for heated seats. But now they don't just sell it in the car, they have it as a subscription you could buy. So you gotta pay like $18 a month for like heated seats and shit. Like they're bugging.
Come on, man.
Dude, I swear. You can't make this shit up, bro.
No, man, it's wow, man. This is like crazy. Like it's like we're living in a new world, bro. It's like
Well, that's the best money model there is to get a fee where you get tons of people paying you a monthly fee for something. You know what I mean? Like that's like the best. If I get everyone in the world to do something where they had to pay $5 a month for it, you'd fucking crush it.
Yeah, of course, but paying for heated seats, like that's insane. That's like, wow. I swear to God, I'd give the car back. If they told me that, I'd say $18 a month here. Take your freaking car back. Or I'd sell it, buy another one. Like there's people actually paying $18 a month for heated seats. They're that
People are
stupid.
soft. People are soft, bro. I used to have a car with no heat.
Yeah. Tough New Yorker.
I'm telling you, bro. I got the snowblower. I still have shovel. You get soft.
Wait till you get a freaking hernia. I hope you don't, bro, but trust me, don't do it. Because the older you get, the more susceptible you are.
I know. I'm feeling the aches and pains coming. I know.
And that's like hernia territory and heart attack territory. You know how many people get heart attacks shoveling snow? Well, here in Canada, of course, but I guess the northern states as well.
No, yeah, it's strenuous. We get a couple feet sometimes, and yeah, you really fucking you get fucking worked up. I have to shovel halfway and then go inside and have a cup of coffee or something. Yeah, eat 3 cinnamon buns and have a cup of coffee, and I'm good to go.
But why don't you use the snowblower? I don't get it, bro.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, you get fucking soft, bro.
What's
You get
soft? You
soft
work
doing
all
goofy
freaking
shit.
day. You're mopping all day. You're doing this and that. What's soft? You're not soft.
I know, and I won't. I'll never get soft because I do shit like that.
Okay, man. We
You
all
ever
think
see
we're
somebody
super.
that works? You ever see somebody that works till they're like 90 years old?
Yeah, I'm not
Those
telling you
people
not
live.
to work, bro.
Those people live forever. The people that stop moving and sit on the couch and just they're the ones that fall off.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you don't want to be sitting riding a couch, but you don't want to overdo it either unnecessarily. Yeah. Well, look, you guys get You what kind of snow you get in New York anyway, bro? You
What do you
you
mean,
guys
what
don't
kind
even
of
know what
snow?
snow
We get
is,
the
bro.
same. We get the same fucking snow you get. What do you mean?
Bull,
Just a
man,
little bit
no
less.
chance.
A little bit less.
Yeah. I'd like to see you shovel on one of the snows that we get here when we get like what 40 centimeters or something, and the truck passes by, and you got like a
Oh, bro,
good.
that shit's up to my hip in the front of the driveway. I know. Yeah, it's solid ice. It's not even fucking. That's not even snow. That's like slush mixed with the snow. It's like the most dense snow you could possibly have. Yeah.
Yeah. So you get
I
that in New
love.
York?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. It's just up to my hip sometimes.
Okay. I guess you're up north then.
I'm near. Yeah, I'm near. I'm only 2 hours. We used to go to Montreal all the time when we were kids, bro. I'm
Oh,
only
so
like two.
you're practically in freaking Vermont. Okay, I got you. I got you. Yeah, you get some snow there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right near. I'm right near the capital of New York State. Yeah, like 3
Okay.
hours north of New York City.
Yeah, that's a good solid. Yeah, I'm 6 hours. Yeah, yeah. You're in snow territory for sure.
My grandpa lives in the Adirondack Mountains, like 3 hours north of me. That shit gets fucking brutal there, bro.
Oh, there it's like death. Like, yeah, it's like Canada there. Yeah.
It pretty much, it pretty much is. Yeah. Canada's dope though. Remember, I had sex in a car in Montreal once, just on a major street, no tinted windows, nothing.
Like them French girls, huh?
Some good times in Canada.
I remember when I was young, all the Americans would come, and exactly what you were saying, probably because you guys, it was 21 the drinking age, right? Where over here it's 18.
Yeah, but we used to go when we were 16, and they would still let us in because we got New York State IDs. The guy's like, "Fuck it, just go."
Yeah.
We almost never got turned away from the bar when we were 16.
Did you ever go to a club called Mustache? The Mustache? A rock club, live bands?
No, I don't think so.
You probably
We
hit
weren't
the
working
strip
with a
joints, huh?
big
You probably.
budget.
Where'd you go? The strip joints, huh?
We went a couple strip joints, couple. What's that? Catherine Street. What's
St.
that weird
Catherine,
shape?
yeah.
Yeah. A lot of time on that little strip right there.
Where'd you go to? Super Sex?
Yeah. I don't even remember the names of them.
I'm just busting your chops.
Montreal was fucking good times. I would be in the bars, drinking, fucking playing the slots. They got slots everywhere. They got some slot machines still everywhere.
Oh yeah, now they're legal.
They weren't legal before. I don't know.
No, they
A lot of
those
fucking
are not
places that.
legal. No, they took them. Believe it or not, they took those away from the mob. But listen to this: it's you couldn't even write a book. Like if you put this in the movies, you wouldn't believe it. They were saying these are bad machines. People are losing their money. We should shut them down. Blah blah blah. Right? Because people had them, those spinning machines and Lucky Seven and all that stuff. But they were not. They were run individually by the owners. Oh, this is bad. We got to shut it down. So they shut it down. Next thing you know, a year later, they take over. They put their machines in all the bars. How'd you like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. You get that money, bro. Get that
Now,
money.
bro, there's a weed store in every corner just about in Montreal. Every neighborhood, there's like 2-3 weed stores where you can buy weed. Yep.
They're opening up shop everywhere here too near me. They just made it legal in New York, like I don't know, last year maybe or something. And now they're opening, setting up shop everywhere. Yeah.
Isn't alcohol also run by them, by the government?
Yeah, they own it all here. Even the alcohol is all theirs. Every liquor store here, they own it. In Quebec, in the province that I'm in, right in the state that I'm in. Yeah.
Dude, I was so mad one time. We tried sneaking. We were like 17 or something. I don't know, 18 maybe. We tried bringing back a case of Molson Triple X. I was like, "Yo, we're gonna get lit when we get back to the crib." They fucking confiscated it at the border. So
Oh yeah.
pissed.
Yeah, because you guys, we make fun of your beer. It's like water, right? And you come to Montreal, you have a Molson. You're decked out, no, with one with one
Yeah,
bottle,
you
no.
do got some strong beer. Yeah, your beer is a high
If you're,
percentage.
if you're used to drinking Coors Light, then you have one of those. It's like you're on the floor with one beer. Yeah.
Yeah, but Coors Light's
Is it like the
dangerous though, 'cause
local?
it's like,
Sorry.
yeah,
Is
it's
it
like
like
It's like 6% that one. Yeah.
five, 6, 7. I saw beers while I was in Canada where they were like 8, 9%.
Yeah, but on the flip side, you guys are sick with your alcohol, man. I remember going to where was it, Connecticut or New York, and you'd get a freaking gallon of vodka for like $10. It's like what? What is it? Water? Yeah. Or first time I seen a keg party. It was in the States. I go, what the hell? What's this,
Did you
man?
do a keg? Did you do a keg stand? Those are fun.
We did all kinds, bro. We did all kinds.
That's where somebody flips you up. You hold on to the keg. You put your 2 hands on the handles. Somebody lifts you up, so you're vertical, upside down,
Yeah.
like you're in Australia, and then another guy puts the tap right on your mouth, and you just drink as much as you can.
Yeah. The first time I seen that, it was in Connecticut, as a matter of fact. Yep. Because we're dumb over here. We buy cases of stuff. You guys buy it in bulk. Yeah.
Yeah, just give me the whole barrel. I
Give me
ain't
the
fucking around with all
freaking
these
barrel.
little
Don't fool
cans.
around.
Yeah, I can't be fooling around with all these cans and shit. A keg and some solo cups, and we're good. Seriously though, I need an animation done. Bacon said he might do it for me. I gotta send him a DM.
Yeah, for your Coriolis thing, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Complicated for them, bro. It's they just can't grasp it, or they're on purpose, like not grasping it.
Like I'm using everything in their model and mainstream physics perfectly. I'm not saying anything crazy or I'm not claiming this can't work or whatever. I'm using everything in their model, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. So you start using the non-inertial frame to judge distances and shit. That's a big fucking mistake, bro. There's all kinds of weird shit is happening in the non-inertial frame. You got pseudo forces, all kinds of crazy shit. It's fucked up. The inertial frame is the real one. That's the path the plane actually takes. It doesn't matter when something moves underneath you. Why would you judge that? What if some guy what if there's a plane going overhead, but I'm on a merry-go-round spinning crazy fast? Is the plane really, do we not really know the plane's going in a straight line? Do we think the plane's actually curving now? Because I'm spinning around under it like an idiot?
According to Zanuck, yeah, actually, you heard him say it in both reference frames. It's actually going straight in one and actually curving in the other one. I even got blue. I forgot about this. I forgot about this, bro.
That
They
was
say
like
so
years
many
ago.
crazy. Check this out, bro. This is what Blue told me. He says you can have a ball both traveling in a straight line, curving, and get this one. This is the kicker, and stationary at the same time.
It's ridiculous.
Next time he comes on, I'm gonna ask him if you think I'm. It sounds crazy, right? But it's true. He actually said that, and he actually believes that. Because somehow they're able to put themselves in a magical reference frame, as if it's reality. Like you say, there's only one reality. Yeah. That's why, bro, they were using these tactics for a while with me, and then I said, you know what? I'm gonna take the reference frame away from them. I'm gonna bring them to reality, because we know that if you ask them, does the Atmos spin with the Earth? What do they say? They say yes, right? And then you tell them, okay, is the Atmos considered a fluid? And they'll probably like go, and then they'll say, yeah, it's fluid. Okay. So now let's go to a river. And I use the example of a boat that can only go 20 miles an hour. The motor is powerful enough just to go 20 miles an hour, but the river is flowing downstream at 40 miles an hour, 40 knots, use whatever you want. And I asked them, can the boat go upstream and reach its destination upstream? See how simple that is? Now, any logical person listening to that, you have to say no, right? Unless you're a baller.
I mean, I don't even know how they missed the Great Circle route thing. Like that shit. I don't know what took us so long to catch that either, though. Because it is the fastest point. If you're just on a sphere, the Great Circle route is the fastest point, fastest way to travel. It's they say it's a straight line. Obviously, it's not a straight line. It's curving, but it doesn't curve left to right. So that's what makes it like the fastest route. But when you throw Coriolis in the mix, it's not the same anymore. It's not the shortest distance. Because if you trace that path on the ground, you're curving in the inertial frame. The inertial frame is the frame where the plane's in. That is the distance the plane goes in that frame. None of the other frames matter. What if I get on a merry-go-round? It's ridiculous, bro.
Bro, I used to make fun of them. And I still do in a way, but it's like I don't even know how it has to be said. You know when they say that the Earth spins and the Atmos spins with it? Well, that kills the Coriolis right there. You don't even have to go any further. There's no Coriolis then.
I mean, according to Rumpus, planes aren't affected by Coriolis, and the pilots don't have to adjust for it. That's what he told me. He got stuck big time on that when I ran him through that thing last week or whenever that was. He got stumped so hard he started talking crazy out the side of his mouth. Planes aren't affected by the Coriolis effect. Pilots don't have to correct. If a pilot didn't correct for the Coriolis effect, they would never hit their target. If the Coriolis effect is real.
Yeah, of course. If something's spinning underneath you, you see, just saying the Coriolis effect confuses people, right? Just that word, Coriolis effect. The majority of the people have no clue what that means.
I don't even know if the earth science teacher knows what it means.
I bet you he doesn't.
I don't know. He teaches it. He didn't know what he didn't know about the inertial and non-inertial frames, though. I don't know.
That's
I don't know what
shocking.
he's teaching. I can't even explain it without saying at least one of those words.
Yeah, that's shocking. I mean, how you can't? I don't know how you can.
I'm gonna see if I can catch him tomorrow. I'm gonna draw a diagram out on his whiteboard.
Too bad you can't interview him, so people could hear what their sons and daughters are being taught or not
I know.
being taught.
I'd love to record it. I know.
Yeah, but just don't do it without his permission.
Yeah.
Not for anything. It's gonna affect your job, so you don't want that.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna record it.
Or just put a voice changer.
And when they hear his interview on online, that son of a bitch, Jeremy, excuse my language, he recorded me.
I mean, literally, we have a meter stick in the air. The drone travels the distance of the meter stick. The drone only has enough energy or electricity or gas or whatever it's powered by so that it can only travel a meter. And these guys think because you're spinning underneath it, it traveled farther than a meter. It's fucking stupid.
That is their model. That is their fantasy. They have to. Yeah, it's the way they think. It's just incredible.
How does spinning
just leave
underneath
logic.
Yeah, how does spinning underneath something affect the distance or the path the object goes? It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
Yep.
Like I said, if there was a plane going west on the equator,
Okay, now there's no Coriolis effect with the plane. The plane's going, even in their model, the plane's going in a straight line objectively. Well, straight. They're straight, whatever, you know what I mean. But in their model, the plane's not curving left to right at all. It's going straight, following the equator. If you jump on a merry-go-round underneath that plane, that doesn't change the plane. Like, the plane's still going in its path in the inertial frame. It has nothing to do with you because you start spinning like an idiot underneath it.
Bro, if you tell them 1,000,000 times, they're not going to get it. They even fight the river thing. Like, yeah. There's no way around this, man. Their atmos is a fluid, right? If you have a fluid coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour, right? You're at the equator. Your mythical ball is spinning one way at 1,000 miles an hour. That means the fluid is hitting you at 1,000 miles an hour. Not when you're on the ground, you're with it, right? Now, you lift off the ground and you want to go that way. Now, any way you want to say it, your mythical ball and your atmos is still spinning. Now you're off of that. You're off of that. So you're in that soup, right? You're in that river. There's no way you're going to head east against the spin of your mythical ball. There's no way that could happen. There's nothing that you can say that could change that. It's impossible. You have a plane that could only go 500 miles an hour. You're not going to make any headway against a fluid going 1,000 miles an hour. It ain't going to happen. Just imagine flying in a tornado. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And that what speeds do the tornadoes reach when they say they're super max crazy? What is it, 200 miles an hour? Don't quote me on that, but I'm trying to remember, like, when they go super ballistic. And now you got a wind mass coming at you at 1,000 miles an hour? Yeah, sure. That's gonna work out for you just fine. You ever see those, what do they call them, endless pools, or where they have a pool and the water? Infinity pool, yeah. Yeah. Ask one of those guys if they can swim upriver. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking? No, wait. You're talking about the ones where it's like a jet stream in the pool, so that you can swim. You can have like a 10-foot pool, but like really swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that's called.
Yeah. Now imagine having one of those, and you set it to 10 miles an hour. You're gonna be hitting the wall, no? You ain't gonna be going nowhere. Your legs are gonna be touching the back of the pool at all times. Unless somebody can swim that. Unless you're Phelps, whoever that. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
And then there's the simplest one of all. The simplest one of all. If you got a spinning ball, and because some of them say, no, it doesn't spin with, right? It lags behind or whatever, right? So if it doesn't spin with, anytime you shoot a ball in the air, right? You should get the merry-go-round effect. Whee! Right? Shoot a ball up in the air. If you're spinning and the air isn't, what's going to happen? you're gonna see the ball move away from you. Has ever anybody in the history of the world ever seen that? Nope.
Only Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, yeah. So there's so many angles. I mean, it's comical at this time we're still discussing Coriolis.
It's crazy. My daughter was like, "Oh, you didn't give me anything for my SATs." And I'm like, "Well, school's bullshit." First of all, and then he has paper of all the stuff they asked her. One of the things was gravity, and it was explaining gravity was a force. I'm like, "See, it's not even right."
Well, I don't know what the fuck Xanax always on about, talking about objects in free fall are under a force. In his model, there's a gravitational force that all the objects are under. This shit don't make no sense. He's getting crazier and crazier as the time goes. Maybe that's the IV time for Xanax craziness.
Everything they believe in is nonsense, bro. Everything. If you can convince somebody that somebody can age slower or faster than somebody else because they're moving fast, you got it, bro. If you can convince them they're traveling 1.5 million miles an hour right now, where you are right now, you're traveling at 1.5, they got you. I mean, there's no way out of that one. You're Stockholm for life.
I think the reason why they teach them that way is because they know if they tell them space, time, and relativity, be like they're gonna ask so many questions. Teachers are gonna be like, well.
I can't believe they're still teaching that shit, man. Can't believe it.
It's crazy. Can you imagine though if you tell kids that the gravity is an effect of the space and time curving, and they're gonna be like, okay, you need to explain that. What do you mean?
That's criminal, man. That's like wow. And not only that, even the space and time fabric, if they teach them that, they'll still be behind because that's gone out the window as well. It's a shame. You ever see scary women soldiers? Have a look at the last post. I just posted.
Holy shit.
Is that something or what?
Right.
And the music, it's like in one of these war games, like forget which one. It's like this is like either a charade or these are some serious broads.
I'd be scared to go against them.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to face them, man. That's for sure. And they're like perfect formation, like yeah, that's some training. That you guys heard of the Chrysler space shuttle? Have a look at that. Tell me, does that look real, or is it CGI?
What is this?
Chrysler space shuttle.
It's real CGI.
That's what I'm asking. I don't know. To me, it looks like bull.
Yeah.
If you want to see what different sects of religion and how they behave towards each other, you're not gonna believe this one, man. I didn't believe it. Have a look at the video I just posted. Can moving a chair start a war? Can moving a chair like an inch start a war?
That's just crazy.
Which one? The Jerusalem one? The church?
Yeah, that is nuts.
That's what religion does to people, bro. Some people.
Yeah.
The guy moved the chair 1 inch and started like chaos, like. Yeah, men of the cloth. Mm-hmm.
Or you're fighting. You know what I mean? You're fighting for. Wow, that's crazy.
Like they'll punch each other out, like. And that ladder, how long did they say? 200 years it's been there?
Yeah.
Imagine 200 freaking years. They can't solve how they're going to take that freaking ladder down. Imagine
they can't
that.
agree on taking it down. Was crazy.
Yeah, they can't agree. Yeah. Yeah.
To move a ladder. Wow.
Like if that don't tell you anything, I mean, if that doesn't tell you anything you need to know, I don't know.
I'm ready to go
Like
start a
if you were-
revolution. I'm about to go over there and grab that ladder and use it.
They'll kill you. You won't make it out alive. They'll bury you in freaking under the church. You'll disappear. It's insanity. And these are Christians. These are all Christians. My God, man. When I saw that, I go, come on, you gotta be kidding me. How is it that I haven't heard this so many years? They can agree to remove a ladder, and the ladder's been there for 200 years, just sitting there. It's astonishing.
No.
I think in that church, in one of the sections, they say is the spot where Jesus' cross was, or something. I think it's that.
That's
Yeah.
that's what the thing it opens up with. It said they believe that that was crucified there or something.
I think so. Yeah. Because they have different sections: the Greek section, the Armenian section, the Catholic section, I believe, and I forget the other ones. I think there's 5 of them. All the different mobsters, like they have a section each, you know? The Crips, the Bloods, we got the Kumbas, we got the bikers, We got this tree. It's unbelievable. It's like, man, it's like a real joke, man. It's like mobsters, actual church mobsters. That's what they are. Like, no, this is my clan. We do it like this. We cross ourselves with 3 fingers. No, this clan does it this way. No, the chair has to be facing north. It's like truly unbelievable. And they all believe they're right. Yeah. And that's just the Christians fighting amongst each other. Imagine all the other ones that hate each other.
Oh my gosh, right? I would not like to be in between the Jewish and Muslim.
Yeah, it's a very depressing subject. But I just found it funny. I go, what? Did I hear correctly? That ladder's been there for 200 years? Yeah.
Like send a little drone and just make that it hit it.
Imagine. They wake up the next day and the ladder's not there. Holy crap. World War III is going to start. I see priests punching each other out. Bam, wham.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Oh,
Hi.
yeah, I'm still thinking about. I don't know, I was here earlier. I'm still thinking about how it would be possible for something to be below the eye line. I'm still trying to understand how that works. I don't know if you know.
How can what?
How could the horizon ever appear below the eye line?
Below the eye line?
Yeah, and like actually the horizon, not just like because it's obscured by atmosphere.
Or maybe the surface is dropping from your horizontal line, from your horizontal plane, in all directions.
Hold up.
Right.
You mean like on a globe?
Yeah.
No, that
That would
doesn't
make the
work.
horizon drop, wouldn't it?
That would, but we're not talking about that. Because that would mean that basically by the time you got up to the heights people get up to, you wouldn't even see a horizon at that rate. So it doesn't work out mathematically.
Wait, what?
But we're seeing like horizon up at like, let's say 1,000 feet above the earth, right? So if it's dropping by that much drastically, right, it's considerably below the eye line. If it's dropping at that rate, right, if that's actually caused by the surface itself curving away, then by the time you get up to these 1,000 foot balloons and stuff, you wouldn't even see a horizon. It would have
Why
completely
not?
receded. It would have completely receded away at that rate.
How much do you think the horizon should drop at 1,000 feet?
1,000 feet, right? In some of these photos, you're seeing it literally like on the screen, like a centimeter or so under the horizon. Sorry, under the eye line. So if that's caused by actually
I'm
the
not
Earth
sure.
actually, I mean, I
I'm
can
not
show
sure
you
that's
photos.
correct. Let me see.
But that was basically the whole thing which you spurred me on. Because yesterday
One
I do.
second. Sorry, just give me a second here.
No
So
worries.
1,000 feet, you said, right?
People, 1,000
How
feet.
much that's in meters? I guess the third of that, around 300 meters, right?
I'm not talking. I'm not asking for curve calculations right now. I'm talking about in the frame, right? In your visual
Yeah,
frame.
I have a. Let me share this with you. Can you share? Can you see my screen if I share it?
Yeah, for sure.
So give me 1 second. This is actually something I created myself.
That's cool.
So let me put the camera. This is this predicts how the horizon should look like based on camera settings, like how high it is, the focal length.
Gotcha.
So this is 10,000 meters or 10 kilometers. 10,000 feet would be 304 meters. So this is how the horizon should look like in a 50 millimeter lens. So that doesn't look like it's dropping that much, and it's looking horizontally.
I know. I'm not
Horizon
talking about the calculation that you're doing. That would be consistent with like with the globe, whatever. I'm saying what people are so people are showing photos, right? At like
this actually matches photos. I mean, these calculations that I did here actually matches the photos.
I'm not talking about like I'm sure you can make it match some photos. People are claiming, right? Like yesterday there was this, I don't know, we probably what his name. I'm just joining. I mean I've been on the server for a while, but I've never really come on. But some dude, I guess you guys know him. I forgot his name. But apparently he's a pilot. He took this head 2D photo. It's got his eye line, and it's like literally a centimeter under. He's showing like on his screen, 1 centimeter under the eye line. He's showing the horizon supposedly, right? More than a centimeter. I'm just being generous. I'm rounding down. May have even been 2 centimeters. And he adamantly claims that was the island, right? And that he had all calibrated, blah blah blah. And he said like maximum 3,000 meters, whatever. Well, if that's the case, then at 100,000 meters, if that's the rate of declination, you shouldn't even see it. Now, I get that you made this program, which is cool.
But here's the thing: if you're going, it's not proportional. Like if you're on a sphere and you go up,
it's gonna be more radical if it's already dropping. It's gonna drop further and further. It's parabolic. It's not. I know it's not linear, but it's only gonna get worse.
No, not really. It's how much the horizon drops.
It would start dropping more and more the higher you went. The rate.
No, it actually slows down.
It would go parabolic.
Okay. How much do you think horizon should drop at 1,000 feet versus 2,000 feet?
The 60, basically at 100,000 feet on a globe. If you limit your range of field of view, right, you could do this by actually just blocking out the lower portion of your eye. You should not be seeing straight out. I mean, far earlier than that.
Okay, this is 100,000 feet on.
Where's your field of view calculation?
I use the sensor width and the focal length.
You need a field of view calculation.
Yeah, it's the field of view comes from the width of the sensor and the focal length. Those two give you
I don't know how that works, but so.
Oh, I'll explain you. So you have a camera here. Oh no, this is the bad one. I think this is the good one. Yeah, this is the good one. So you have a camera here. Let me get a thicker line. It's a camera, right? And you have a sensor here in the back of the camera. And you have what we call the focal length. So this is the field of view of the image. The field of view is this angle here, right? That's the field of view. Can you see that?
Yeah, of course.
And this is the focal length. And this is the size of the sensor. So if you have this value here, which is the focal length, you have the width of the sensor. Let's say we're looking to the camera from above. So this is the horizontal field of view. Then you can easily get this angle here, which is the same as this angle here, which is the same as this angle here. So from those two values, you can calculate the field of view. That's how you get.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
So that's what I do here. And you can also use like an online calculator.
Can you adjust it to get a 60 degree field of view?
Oh, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Não foi por causa disso, foi porque eu precisava pegar uma. Ah, mas aí. Eu tinha esquecido de trazer pra mim. Sorry, you're back.
No worries. So can you adjust your calculation to get a 60 degree field of view?
Oh, sure. Let me just see what's the focal length.
On the other one, on the previous thing, on your curve checker.
Here. Right, yeah, but I can't input the field of view directly, but I can adjust for that.
Yeah.
I can find what's the focal length it's going to give me.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, so if I have a sensor of 36 millimeters with half of that is what 18 millimeters. So I have 18 millimeters here. And I want to know what the focal length. It's going to give me 30 degrees here because that's half the field of view. This is my focal length. Let me see.
no, you
So
need 60 degrees there. So
yeah, but that's half of the angle. That's why I'm using 30.
I'm saying it should be like 60 degrees on. So it should be like 120 degrees. So 60 degrees.
Oh, the half would be 60.
I'm making it better for you because 30 degrees is you're not going to see anything. The curve will correct on very early.
Right.
Yeah.
But do we have cameras that wide that are
I'm saying
rectilinear?
that's human eyes field of view.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so the 10 of 60.
I think just go back to the curve checker 1 second before that. Before this, and double that height that you give. So just put 6,000 something, whatever. Yeah.
Just did.
Half it. Double it again, sir. 6,000. And now 12,000. Why is it curving? First of all, it's not supposed to curve. That's not how it works. The line would not curve side to side.
Why not?
It's another. So any point that's coming into your eye line is coming equidistant from equal points. So you're not going to actually see a curve. Side to side. You would not see a side to side curve. So there's something wrong in your program.
No. That's if you put a camera above a sphere and you can see a part of the sphere, it's not going to look like a straight line. It's going to look curved.
No, only if you're looking down, not if you're looking straight ahead. As long as you see.
No, because no. I think you're confusing the angular distance between a horizontal line and the horizon.
Not about that. It's that every line, every point, the farthest point away from you is going to be equidistant.
I agree, but this is simulating a rectilinear lens, and that's not how an image gets projected into a rectilinear lens.
I'm saying in your eyeball. I'm saying to your eyes.
Yeah, but I can't generate how it would look like to a human eye because a human eye works very differently than cameras. Like first of all, there's no defined focal length for the human eye. Also, the density of the image is
65.
very different.
It's between 65 and something else, like lower, so 125 or whatever, 130.
Yeah, human eye is a much more complex thing to simulate here, and also the images in your retina aren't flat, so whatever image I produce here is not going to match your retina because this is a flat screen. I would need a curved image to match what's being projected into your retina.
It's irrelevant. So whatever. So it's at 12,000. Now the ISS is supposedly at 500,000 feet. So type in 500 there.
500,000 feet.
Yeah, 500,000. That'd be 500.
No, that's meters. I think it's 408 kilometers, right?
Yeah. So you know what it would take in order for me to be convinced the Earth is a globe? Very simple. Next time they're sending up the ISS, to have a camera pointing out straight, and I want to see a continuous shot of the.
There's a lot of requests from people that are challenging to ship the Earth of what to do in space.
Well, it's pretty simple, isn't it? Right?
Yeah. Well, there are thousands of pretty simple requests that I keep hearing all the time.
It's a very simple, irrefutable thing, so I don't care about the sociology of it. If I wanted to prove it, that's what I would do, right?
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but
asking
that's
I'm not asking for anything else. By the way, send me this online bacon thing. This is what I want.
right. I'll drop the link on the chat.
Can you just DM me so I can have it stored just in case?
Sure.
Please, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. No, but that would be very simple for them to do, for anyone to do actually.
Right, yeah, but again, there are many requests on. What would be very simple that would convince
setting up
people.
rockets, they could easily do it.
Sorry.
This wouldn't be a very hard and difficult task, and they have all kinds of crazy.
Oh, it
footage.
also wouldn't be hard to fake, right?
No, it would be very hard to fake that level of deep fake. Well, that level of deep fake is just there's something called the uncanny valley when it comes to human beings, and the reason they have edits and shots in different angle switches and graininess is to overcome the uncanny valley. Right?
Well, the uncanny valley is related to faces.
I know it's related to faces, but it's the same concept when it comes to like a video. There's just something je ne sais quoi that you can't fake so far. I mean, they have overcome the uncanny valley when it comes to faces now, finally, but not with 3D, but with 2D images. They can fake faces. So I don't think right now they're not yet at the technology where they can fake a convincing video of anything where it doesn't look fake. Because no matter what,
I don't think so. Like
no matter what CGI,
the only thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I can still spot that is fake is movement, organic movement. Like if they try to create animals, like if you've watched The Last Lion King, the only thing that looks fake is the movement of the animals. The scenario, everything looks pretty real. Doesn't look like it's CGI.
To me, it looks completely fake, always.
Right.
So,
yeah. Well,
you could
it's easy to say that.
You think I'm wrong? You could probably test me, and you could show me some video. Deep fake, real deep fake.
Yeah, deep fake is related to faces again, but I get what you mean.
I'm not saying they won't bridge it, right? At some point they could, but like so far, there's just no organic video that looks real. Otherwise, they would have got a lot more convincing footage of the moon. If you think that they could fake it, right? They would have they could have just done that by now.
What is not convincing about the moon?
No, no sane person looks at the initial moon footage and thinks it's real. But I'm not going to debate that because it's literally something it's not a logical point. It's literally like a perception.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, the early moon landing footage.
Yeah.
It's not like that's just not it's not a point that I can debate logically at that point specifically. It just looks as fake as anything I've ever seen. But that's not what I'm here to debate. I'm saying right now today, so for example, when they sent the Artemis and all that, they could have taken convincing footage, but no, they chose to take grainy slideshow PowerPoint presentation footage. And that is to overcome whatever the analog of the uncanny valley is with regards to video footage of anything.
Yeah,
I don't think they're there yet.
Yeah.
I don't think they're there yet.
Do you still want this 120 degrees angle here?
Yeah, why not?
Sorry?
Actually, just do 30. Let's see, because you could probably limit your view to 30. With
30.
Yeah, you could probably limit your field of view to 30 degrees. I mean, 60 overall, so 30. You could just calculate for 30.
Okay, let's do for 30.
I could just block out the lower portion of my eye and eliminate the possibility of seeing a horizon.
Okay, so half is 30. We get a tan of 30. Is equal to 18 millimeters divided by the focal length. So if you want to find the focal length, it's going to be 18 millimeters divided by the tan of 30. Does that sound right? I think it sounds right.
Well, not okay.
Okay, 18 divided by 30. I'm not sure. I think it's using radians. Yeah, 31.2 millimeters. Okay, there you have it. It's a 60 millimeter shot. That's how it would look like.
What the fuck? Okay,
At the elevation ISS. This is looking horizontally. If I dip it down, it will look like this.
Get it to no dip down. Just get it to like looking.
Yeah, you can see the horizon.
Okay, now get it down to you can't see. Yeah, get it down to 100,000
feet.
Meters. Fine.
Okay.
Okay, so it should have dipped down that much by 100,000. All right. So this is how it should look on a camera at 100,000 feet.
Camera of 31.2 millimeters focal length with a rectilinear lens.
Get a basic camera then. Like get any lens.
Usually you're gonna get something like this.
So it should be even lower. Well, that's not. So until I see that, I guess I'll.
Yeah, but how do you know where is horizontal for that high? What's your reference for horizontal?
The center of your screen, center of the camera.
Yeah, but you have to know that the camera is pointed horizontally to know that the center is horizontal, right? Because it can be pointing downward like this. That's still the center, but that's no longer.
That would be worse, right? So I'm talking about just that you would see more curvature if you dipped it down.
Yeah, but if you're talking about how much it drops, you need a reference for eye level.
So I'm just saying. So as long as they hold the camera parallel to the ground, it's what you should be seeing. And I've never seen this before.
Yeah, but that's the thing. How do you make sure you're holding it parallel to the ground?
Until I see something like this, I guess I'll just hold on. Anyway, thanks for your help. This is good. Thanks for sending me the link as well. I think you sent it to me. Oh. Yeah, this is very helpful.
You can compare to.
And what is the form? Do you have? I guess someone could go into this GitHub and get the code to make.
Yeah, it's open source. It's out there.
Ask my friends to basically look at this and reverse engineer it. My globe friends, they'll be able to see this. It's very useful. I don't understand why. I still don't understand exactly why a rectilinear lens would be seeing a curve. I still don't understand why a rectilinear lens would be seeing a curve, but I guess I'll just.
I can explain you.
Because every point is equidistant, so why would it be forming a curve when looking parallel to the surface of the Earth?
Right, because it's equidistant angularly, but angular doesn't get preserved on the rectilinear picture. I mean, actually, angular distance doesn't get preserved in any picture that is flat. It can only be preserved on a spherical image. If you have a flat image,
a spherical screen or receiver, you mean?
Sorry?
Like on a spherical surface, like the eye, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So no flat image can preserve angular sizes. So let me explain you why. So hold on 1 second. Taking a little bit longer to load. Okay. So again, I'll draw a camera again. This is our camera. Again, we have the sensor here. I'll make a bigger sensor now. It's gonna make it easier to explain this concept. I have a field of view here. If I have a cube here, squared object, and I have a copy of that around the center. Both of those are gonna have the same size in the picture. Because the light from this line here, as it crosses the focal point, the size here is the same as this side here. So this is the same as this.
I got you.
Right. But the angle, this angle here is smaller than this angle here. Because it's further. This cube here is further than this cube.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a smaller angle, but at the same time has the same size in the screen. So if I brought this one to a closer position, like this, around here, I guess, where it has around the same distance than this one, the angle would get bigger, and it would match this one. So now they'll have the same angle, but now it's not going to look the same size. This one's going to look bigger than this one, even though it's the same distance from the focal point.
I got you.
Right. So the same thing goes for the horizon. The edges are at the same distance from you, but because they're on the edges, they end up with a bigger angular size. So you still have it dropping.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You can test this kind of things on Blender. Are you familiar with Blender?
Yeah, but I don't use it.
Right. On Blender, you also have all renders from Blender are rectilinear.
And that's
so
why
you can create a.
I understand. Yeah, that was one. That was actually. So that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Actually, I used Blender to check if I did correctly. So I created a sphere. I created a 3D model on Blender where the camera would be at the same relative size as my simulation there, and I used the same angles, same everything on both, and then compared them, and they produced the exact same image. That's how I checked that I did everything correctly.
No, it's beautiful, bro. It makes sense. Makes sense what you said.
Thank you. Hey, I noticed you have an accent. Where are you from?
India.
India. Oh, you have a little bit of a different Indian accent than what I'm used to.
Yeah, it's just I speak to a lot of people online, so it's not that thick.
Right. And I guess there's also a variety of accents. I mean, how many languages are needed? 13 or something?
Yeah. But there is a pretty big distinction between like southern accents and northern accents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they're still thick, is what I'm saying, usually.
Yeah, they're usually thick. You're right. What about mine? Can you spoil where I'm from?
Portuguese or Brazilian.
That was quick.
Yeah, because I have a lot of Brazilian and Portuguese students.
Oh, you teach?
Yeah.
What do you teach?
Yes, ESL.
Sorry?
ESL, English as a second language.
Oh, nice. You're English teacher.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not really an English teacher, just a fucking ESL teacher.
Right. how come you're not in the English server then?
I don't give a fuck about. I just do it for money.
Hello.
Hello. Obnoxious.
Obnoxious.
How you guys doing?
Bit sleepy.
It's on the plate. What are we talking about?
We were talking about the dip of the horizon. Drop. Horizon drop. So what is the topic that interested you the most on this discussion?
Sorry, which question? Sorry.
Oh, I think you're cutting off a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I think so.
Yeah. So, what was your question?
Oh yes. Which subject interested you the most on this topic of this discussion?
You mean flat Earth generally, or just the horizon?
Yeah, within flat Earth in general.
I mean, I still haven't got a proper scientific response to the long distance observations or horizon or sun fade outs.
Or sun what?
Sun fade outs.
I guess you'd be familiar with the issues with cameras when you point at the sun.
Yeah, so people have done it with like solar filters and that.
Yeah.
And then still you see a fade out. You don't see it going below the horizon. You just see it.
With
when
solar
you get,
filters?
Yeah, over the right altitude, on a clear day, put on a solar filter, and you'll see a fade out.
Oh, I never seen one of those. Do you have a link or something? I'd like to take a look at it.
Stream that. But I can't stream on my iPad. I'll just send you the link. So they said if my iPad automatically turns on my video when I stream, I don't know why.
Because I have a small telescope with solar shooters.
Yeah, so you just
Sorry, go ahead.
I said you just need a drone and find the right spot, location, timing.
Yeah, like I watched the sun setting a couple of times with a solar filter.
Yeah, but you got to get elevated. You need to be at least whatever. I don't know how high he has the drone. I'm gonna do this myself too because My dad said he'll stop believing in global disease. That shot by me. What the investment?
Hello, Matthew.
Hello, how's it going?
Fine. You're a teacher, right? A professor or something?
Part-time, yes. I teach one class this semester.
What do you teach?
It's called Intro to Computer Science. I teach computer science majors how to the basic programming class.
Right. Nice. Oh, I think I've seen this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm familiar with this one. You know that. I mean, I'm familiar with diffraction patterns and how resolution works. Like I think that the point is just reached an unresolvable point there. So it is getting smaller, but you can't resolve anything smaller than that. So what you would get in that case is a fade out.
No, that's just you're just saying words. No offense.
No, you know how resolution works with cameras.
The resolution isn't the issue. The fact that
Do you know what diffraction patterns are?
I mean, these are just words to me. I mean, I'm sure they mean something, but like I don't unless someone can show
Right.
me a scientific
Okay,
experiment.
let me see if I can. When you blur, let's say there's very tiny.
You understand the contention here, though.
Sorry.
You understand the contention, like, can you steel man the point that I'm making?
Yeah, you're saying the sun is fading away.
As opposed to
being obstructed by the horizon, going below the horizon.
And what's the other point?
Is there another point?
Yeah, the other point is that it stops before it starts to fade away. It's moving at a certain speed, but it should keep continuing downwards at that speed.
Yeah, that's still within, like, that's still caused by the exact same problem I'm trying to point out here.
I mean, that to me, that's no offense, just complete cognitive dissonance. I can't really.
Well, you said you don't know what the words I used mean, so maybe you can clarify what I mean before you call me. Say I have cognitive dissonance. I mean, I think before you saying my response is invalid, you should at least be able to make sense of what I'm trying to say, right?
Fair enough.
Right. So what I say there is that is not that image you're seeing. There's no details on that. So there's something called.
Before it fades away, it stopped moving.
Yeah, we can get there. So let's say there is a.
Let's not even deal with the fading away. Let's deal with the stopping.
It's actually caused by the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get there.
just give it to me in a nutshell. I don't have much time for this.
Yeah, the sun isn't stopping there.
Oh, it's not stopping.
No, that blob that you see is stopping because you can't resolve. Yeah, you like it's clearly enough.
Okay, can you? Really, and honestly, I would just need an experiment to prove this. I can't deal with explanations. I don't deal in ad hoc explanations.
Okay.
We're in the realm of physics, right? As long as you don't make a logical contradiction, anything is possible.
Yeah, so I'll try to give you the concept, right? So
I don't get the concept really, so I would just like a demonstration of this thing. So it's fine.
It's something I'm sure you've seen already. I'm just trying to help you.
Something stop.
Sorry.
I've never seen something that was moving stop moving because of any.
No, I'm talking about the cause of that.
I would just like to see some demonstration of something stop, right? Which is constantly moving but stops moving.
Okay, I'll see if I can replicate this here. Give me a second.
Due to resolution, that's all.
I'll try to do that right now. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm gonna need a tiny light here. Oh, I have. Maybe if I can use my girlfriend's camera. I'm not sure how to use it. I'll need to change the focus manually, because if I can change the focus manually, I can make a far light source be out of focus, and something that should look like a point becomes a circle, and that's the maximum I can resolve at that distance.
That's
If
not
I
what I
go, oh, that's what's going to make it stop. So if I get that point and start lowering it down,
Yes, I want something to be just lowering down. All that's happening is you're turning something away, right? So I want
it would, like if I have
I
a,
want a light at a fixed point. So this is the setup: a light at a fixed point. I'm turning something away, and I want it to stop for 5 minutes, or the equivalent, or whatever. You can do this. You can do the scaling of time and size, whatever. I don't care.
well, let me predict how I mean, given how what I think is causing that, I can predict how much it should take, how for how long it would.
So whatever the equivalent is, right? Whatever the equivalent is for the sun versus light source versus the blah blah blah. You could probably do it to scale where it would be 5 minutes, because you could just literally. But then the inverse square law would probably not even allow you to do that. Get the light at that distance, because that's another big ass problem. But whatever.
The concept that can cause that to stop is very simple. I really would like to know what I'm trying to explain.
I would just like to see it. That's all. I don't even need to. At this point, there are just so many ad hoc explanations. Rather than hearing all of them, right? I just want to see them. Same thing with the refraction. Someone just shows me some light or some object.
I don't expect you to be convinced by the explanation. I'm just.
I know, but I like. There's so many. Again, it's not attacking you. You're very polite. You're very helpful. Very nice.
But that's clearly
some of my aggravation is not. It's if you were the first person I was discussing this with, I wouldn't be so aggravated. It's just that I always just see. I'll always concede. I'm stumped, but some people just don't. No one seems to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, when there clearly something we know is going on in the picture, on the video, it has to be acknowledged.
I know. For me, it's clearly obvious that something would not stop moving, right?
Well, not if you're ignoring a couple of effects that do happen with camera. And you've probably seen them already. You're just not connecting with the observation.
I've never seen something turning away from something and that thing just stop moving.
Oh, I'm trying to explain exactly how that could happen.
It's completely consistent with something moving away from you, because
not really. The rate of changing angle of the sun is completely incompatible with something moving away from you.
The fact that something stops is completely compatible with something moving away from you.
And not at that rate. The rate in which the sun slows down.
Maybe I'm talking about just the concept.
Yeah, that concept is wrong, because it doesn't match observation at all.
I'm talking about the concept of something stopping as it moves away from you, as it gets down to your horizon. That makes sense.
Yeah, but when things do that, before they stop.
Check on once you understand how that makes sense. Just that part, not the calculations. Maybe you've got some.
It's not about calculations. It's about like when something. One second.
Man.
Could you guys explain what you mean by the sun stopping?
Yeah, the video that I sent, at 30 minutes past the hour, the sun is setting, it stops at some point and starts fading away. And to me, that's obviously when the sun is starting to cross the horizon, but it's clearly unresolvable at that point. So instead of getting lower and lower, you just get it darker and darker.
Oh man, I don't want to laugh. That's funny.
I mean, being unresolvable is a real thing, and as you can see, there are no details on the sun. 1 second.
That's because that circle is not the sun; it's just merely a glare out of focus.
Yeah, so when you don't have the sun in focus, when it's unresolvable, you get it like that, and you can clearly see that that's the case because the sun is warping the horizon right below it. And if you look at the picture, that Matthew sent, that doesn't happen. The horizon is quite clear. It's not being affected by the position of the sun there. Unlike in your video, where the horizon is literally warping right where the sun is, showing that that's not being resolved correctly.
Yeah, that's the glare of light. It's not the sun.
No, this is with a solar filter, so it's not the glare of light.
No, it's not glare. It's just that the sun's out of focus.
Yeah, I just like I said, I just want someone to show me an experiment where something stops and the only variable changing is the rotational angle of the observer.
I can make a light going down.
I don't want that. I want you to have a camera on something, just turn it away and show something stop. So
Oh yeah, it doesn't happen. What are you talking about?
yeah, that's what we see. So
no, where
yeah,
do you see that?
That's what you see if you look on a footage out of focus of the sun.
Yeah. So
yeah,
adjust
so
that.
it's not the sun that's stopping. It's the out of focus glare.
I don't care.
That appears at the same spot.
That visual effect being produced.
And that glare gets dimmer and dimmer.
No, we're not talking about something without glare because we use filter. So you can use the filter.
Oh well, you'd have to get footage of that. So
yeah, that is the footage that I was showing.
No, the footage at 30 minutes past the hour is clearly
I haven't
glare
posted
getting dimmer.
I haven't posted my footage anyway. I've sent it to him in the DMs.
Oh, wow. I mean, I've seen the sunset over the ocean lots of times.
Compare your footage with the pictures of Matthew Learn and tell me if there's something different between yours and his.
Like I said, I just want to see I'm tired of ad hoc explanation. I just want to see a demonstration.
Those are not ad hoc, so that's just a question to see if you're honestly considering the
there are so many ad hoc explanations for so many things.
I'm not giving an explanation. I'm asking you if you can spot a difference between your video and Matthew's pictures.
Let me go. Let me see.
And then you tell me if you think that might be relevant or not.
Okay, fine. Let's check it.
Because you're prioritizing the hypothesis of it going away from you. That has a lot of implications that you don't want to take into account. When I told you about the rate, you said you don't want to take that into account. You just want to talk about it stopping.
Yeah,
when you're ignoring all the consequences that violates observation.
I'm looking for binary things, right? So
yeah, so
I'm
you're giving priority to a hypothesis that has a lot of implications that are not observed.
I'm giving priority to empirical observations.
No, you said you're insisting that this is more compatible with the sun going away from you, and you didn't care about the rate, and you don't want to accept the other.
What is the picture that Matthew not sent? He sent the sun getting so-called obscured.
Yeah, is there a difference between that picture and your video?
Clearly, because of the elevation.
What is the difference? Differences?
It's not elevated enough that it's getting obscured by the atmospheric deck of opacity and the water and everything else at ground level. When you elevate, it's not getting obscured.
You're saying the elevation of the camera is higher?
The camera is higher in the video I sent you. It's from a drone.
And how high is the picture from Matthew's photo?
I don't know. It looks low.
I don't know.
How high is it? How are you getting that information? How can you possibly know that?
Well, I've seen a lot, so I guess I'm eyeballing it, but maybe I'm wrong. How high is that?
Yeah. Okay. So try again. What other differences there are comparing your video to his picture?
Well, what height is this?
Hmm?
What height is this? What elevation is this?
No, I'm asking what visual differences you can spot.
What elevation this is?
None of us know what the elevation.
Yeah, we don't know. I'm asking you if you can spot differences between his pictures and your video.
Yeah, the sun is getting obscured in these videos.
Yeah, that's one of them. I'm asking if you can spot other differences.
Not really.
Seriously? Be honest with yourself. Can you spot anything different between the video and
the resolution?
Yep, that's one thing. What else?
I don't know what else.
Right. How so okay, let me see if I can get a nice frame here. Right, can you see the shape of the horizon below the sun in your video and the shape of the horizon?
You mean how resolution? You're talking about how blurry it is, right?
No, I'm talking about the shape of the horizon. Like in Matthew's picture, it forms pretty much a straight line there. In yours, it curves below the sun. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you expect on a out of focus image with a light source that is bright in the surroundings?
Not really.
Oh, you haven't seen many pictures where the camera is focused on something that is close and you have a lot of point source lights in the background. What happened to them when the image is out of focus?
I don't know.
They get bigger.
Like I said, for me, I just want to focus on clear binary points. I don't want to get lost in the weeds of ad hoc.
You don't gotta. This is not getting lost. This is acknowledging. All that is relevant
One
to your
second.
observation.
I humored what you said. I considered not really saying anything that groundbreaking. I'd like want to see someone with whatever, because here the variables you're pointing to are resolution, right? So just get a ball, keep all the variables controlled, a ball, get a low resolution camera on it, have it rotate away from a light source, and have the image replicate what you're seeing here.
Can I just move the light source instead of rotating the whole thing? Isn't that easier?
No, we want to keep all the variables.
It's the same thing.
That's not the same. So I'll have that rotate.
It's exactly the same thing. Like if I rotate your room around you,
why do you not want to do it? Why do you not want to do it?
Because unnecessarily more. It's unnecessarily harder to do that.
With rotations, that doesn't matter. I want to keep all the variables. Like I said, no one wants to do the.
Can I respond to you?
No, I just want that experiment. Otherwise, I'm done discussing this point. It's fine because it's just getting aggravated.
Well, let me try.
I don't want to get heated beyond this. Just like I said, I just want this. I just want all the variables the same.
Yeah, here's what I think is going on. In the video, the sun fade out video, what I think is happening is that the sun is getting slowly more and more obscured, kind of like the images that I showed below that. And therefore the sun is getting dimmer and dimmer. There's less and less light coming because it's getting more and more blocked. Then what you do is you take the camera and you put it out of focus so that you can't see the shape of the sun. You just see a round glare, and that glare is going to get dimmer.
There's no glare.
He's talking about the out of focus glare, not the glare of the lenses, because of
the out of focus.
I don't know what that is. I do.
If you take a light and you put it out of focus, it'll make a circular shape, and then as that light dims, that circular shape will stay the same size, but it will get dimmer and dimmer, and that's what's happening in that video.
Well, I just want to see a demonstration of that with someone taking a big ball, putting a low resolution camera, getting a light.
Sure. All you have to do is get a flashlight at nighttime.
Yeah, I just want to see a demonstration.
Point it at your camera, and then walk away. Farther away, it'll get dimmer and dimmer, and that out of focus.
I don't want to see any walking away. I just want to see because that's what we're saying is happening. That something is moving away.
You want a solar system scale model?
No, we don't need solar.
Sure. Yeah. Here's what you can do. Take that same flashlight, walk some distance away from the camera. Make sure the camera is out of focus so that it appears like a big round blur, and then slowly move something in front of the flashlight so that the flashlight gets dimmer and dimmer.
Flashlight, what needs to happen is the thing has to turn away because that's what's happening.
You're rotating the thing in front of the flashlight. The thing that's in front of the flashlight is rotating into position in front of the flashlight.
The flashlight stays fixed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The flashlight stays fixed, the camera stays fixed, and you rotate something obscuring it in front of it.
The camera on the surface rotates away. So fix the camera on a ball, have it rotate away.
Yes, you can do that, and you would get the same thing.
I would like to see that. That's all.
Yes, it would be easy for you to do.
I'd like to see it. That's all.
Nobody's stopping you. Go ahead.
If I did it, I don't think I'll ever see it. So.
You don't want to do it yourself. You want one of us to do it for you.
I am kind of lazy, but if I have to.
Likewise.
I just like to see it. I don't care. I'll change my mind on anything. I really don't care. No, it makes no difference to me.
Well, if it's this is a key point to you, I think you should be trying.
I know. I'm just so lazy.
Okay, let me describe a setup, and then tell me if that would satisfy.
I already told you about that, so I should probably do it myself. But the thing is, here's the thing. Here's another reason. Not just laziness. It's also like if I do it, there's 20 people. Well, no, but you got to. I just can't. I can't deal with that. So I could do it myself, and I know what I'd see. I'd see the thing, the light is underneath whatever, artificial horizon that I'm creating. I wouldn't see it stop at any point. But if I show that to someone, they'll say, "No, but you got to do this," and I can't do it. So I just want someone who's claiming that this is possible to do it, really, just to takes the burden off of me.
Can I just see if that's something that would fit what you're asking for?
I don't know why. Why can't you just do exactly what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me see if this fits exactly into what you're saying. Can I just describe?
Light source can't move away. The distance between the two things can't move away. Only thing that can change is the rotation.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sort of thing that I'm trying to describe. But I want to be specific in the setup and see if that's something that you'll be okay with.
I'll look
right?
on last. You're so polite. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, let me share my. I actually just gonna copy and paste this. Let me see if I can do that. No, I can't. Okay, can you see my last image?
Yeah.
Right. So the right part is a light source.
Yeah.
Flashlight or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
The horizontal line is could be a table.
Yeah,
or
whatever.
a plate of wood.
Yeah, I think
Just to represent the surface.
Yeah.
And there's a camera in the left side pointing to the light source.
Mm-hmm.
There's just like a ball or something, so I can tilt the. I can raise the second end of the wood plate, so the camera and the surface will together tilt up and obscure the light source. Would that be enough?
Yeah. Yeah. So you just get it reasonably to scale. Obviously, we need to be a much bigger ball and a small camera with a very low resolution. Get that effect.
Yeah.
I'll be like,
So
shit.
the point that we and Matthew were trying to make is that it doesn't matter if you're raising up the table or if you're lowering the light source.
I know, but I just want to keep, I'm very, I'm dumb, right? So for me, the easy way to do the scientific method is not do any substitutions. Just do the exact thing, especially when it's easy possible. Just do the exact same setup. I'm not smart.
Okay.
So if someone did that and showed, like, yeah, you know what? I'll never bring up a sun fade out again.
Fair enough.
The reason
Okay, so that's not a hard setup. I think you could do that.
I know, but I think I can't do it because if I do it, someone's going to say, "Oh, you did this wrong and that wrong." I see this happening all the time on a guy's channel called Brian's Logic. He does what it looks like to me like an irrefutable setup, and then there are 20,000 people in the comments saying, "No, you did this wrong, that wrong, that wrong, that wrong." They look. It's like, you know what? Why don't they just do it themselves? Just do it.
I did one experiment myself. I live in south of Brazil, and I often travel to north of Brazil because that's where my girlfriend lives. And the north and south Brazil are pretty far away from each other. And also, there's a very big difference in latitude. So when I go to my girlfriend's house, I get much closer to the equator than I usually am. And if the Earth's rotating, the closer you get to the equator, the bigger of a centrifugal force you get. So things would get lighter. So last time I came, not the last time, actually, the previous one, the one before the last time, I came here, I brought a pocket scale to see if I could measure the difference.
Yeah, these aren't tests which are like logical defeaters. I'm looking for like logical defeaters to someone's position with all their assumptions baked in. Right? Because in when it comes to empirical experimentation, the elephant in the room is as long as something is logically possible, right? And even when it's not logically possible, people claim it. But as long as something is logically possible, for sure, because you can always just change your assumptions around, right?
Yeah, well, but I feel like
You can always just because that's what happened, literally, with the Michelson-Morley thing. People changed their assumptions around after the fact, right? To the point, ultimately, when logic was thrown out the window. With
maybe intuitions are thrown out the window.
Well, logic, not intuitions, logic.
What exactly is illogical? What do you think illogical means?
Well, the relativity you can't have the scientific method and relativity at the same time, because relativity necessitates the B theory of time. In the B theory of time, you can't have cause, because causes logically precede effects, but relativity nothing necessarily precedes anything. There is no absolute reference frame for time. So for me, like, when it comes to experimentation, I need the people who are claiming something to do the empirical experiment with their assumptions baked in. Even then, they can, but at least then, I'll be like, you can't really do it to my face. You'd have to do it like someone else. Your backsliding. So.
Well, it's hard to tell exactly what would really distinguish between the two ideas. To me, it's easier to get like predictions of one, predictions of another, see what best matches observation.
Yeah, I'm not instrumentalist. I'm just looking for truth. And I'm not that
me
smart.
too.
I'm not that smart either. So I like to keep my epistemology stupid simple.
Yeah. Well, to me, navigation was a very big fatality to this whole discussion.
I mean, for whatever it is that's convinced you, man, it is what it is. I just take default hypothesis and I run with that until proven otherwise. Irrefutably, as per logic, and so far nothing has done that.
Right, and you think this experiment would be
This experiment would rule out what I think is a complete, given the assumptions, logical defeater. Right? What I think, but again, like I said, in the world of observation, anything can happen. So my assumptions are wrong.
If it's possible this experiment would rule out your logical defeater, then it's not a logical defeater. If it's logical, you don't need an experiment to know that it's a defeater.
That's what I said with input. That's what I should be more clear. Given the assumptions, it would be a logical defeater right now. Or rather, it appears to be a logical defeater to me. Because I don't think there's anything within the realm of perception that would cause something to pause and halt, given the assumptions that we just have something rotating away.
Oh, that's an output of a camera. If you know how cameras work, then there is. You just have to acknowledge that.
When I was there physically viewing it at that height, I shouldn't see it. It's just a camera problem.
Sorry?
But I couldn't zoom in, so I wouldn't be able to see it either way. Yeah, fair enough. So, like I said, if it is just some quirk of the camera, then I would need to see an experiment which proves that can happen in principle, using the same principle that they're claiming, which is basically resolution. Then I'll be like, okay, I still don't understand how that would happen, but so that's why I just need to see it.
That's why I was trying to explain you.
I know, but there's no offense, but a lot of people aren't good at explaining things because they're not very. They're too smart for their own good. So a lot of things make sense to them, which may be the case. Maybe what's happening now. A lot of things make sense to people intuitively, so they're not very good at explaining them. I, on the other hand, am not a very intuitive person. So I need to get things down to like the most bare bones to understand them. So I'm actually good at
I'm just explaining why I was
that's
trying to explain you because
given the fact that the explanations aren't really good, no offense, I would just need to see it happening.
Sure, yeah, I understand that part. But given that you said you don't understand how this could happen, this is why
I know you
this is why
tried to.
it invites me to try to explain you.
I know you tried, but it wasn't good. So no offense.
Right, because I don't know.
I know.
Like, there's my first attempt.
Yeah, your words are trying to. Let's say you are correct, right? You're still using words to try and explain something which you are intuitively kind of seeing in your mind's eye.
Yeah, but I can explain it better than just intuitively. I can go into details in all of what I like. For my first attempt of explanation, assume you had some background that I don't think you have. So I try to then go deeper into the explanation. But you insisted that you weren't interested in that.
Yeah, on this one, I just rather see something. On the other one was good. You gave a beautiful explanation about why flat surfaces don't preserve angular size. Perfectly explained. I understand. Very useful for me, actually.
Right.
This one, my intuition is telling me that there isn't an explanation here. But instead of just listening to all the different rabbit holes that you would need to go down, I'd rather just see it, and from someone who's claiming that this can happen. So I would need someone who claims that this could happen to do the experiment, as opposed to me and then someone shitting on my experimental setup.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Same thing with the horizon dipping, right? I would just need to see someone who claims that this is happening, take a video of a continuous shot and show the dipping that way, and then I'll actually give up on. I'll come back off flat Earth and I'll be back on the fence as to the shape of the Earth.
So no, currently you're inclined to flat Earth.
Yeah, or locally flat, whatever. Like very.
Well, I think everyone will agree it's locally flat, even globers.
I mean, like
It's
local. Like it could be some shape, but like this actual area that we're on, observable up until where the sun is flat. I'm not nowhere near the globe that is posited right now. Maybe 20,000 times as big or 1,000 times as big. Obviously, I can't prove that it's completely flat. No one can prove that it's flat, unless there is some test. But I don't think that's possible, because if it's just arbitrarily big, it would be impossible to test. So, but right now I'm there, and I'd come back to just being completely blank as to what the Earth is. If I saw the horizon, and I'll stand to that. If I saw footage and I was convinced the footage was real, and I'm not a dishonest person when it comes to that kind of stuff. If I think that's real footage, I'll say it's real footage. Obviously, and at that point, I'm just going to have to take someone's word for it, because I don't think I'll ever have the money to do it myself, or the know-how to. Neither the money nor the know-how, because if I had the know-how, I could probably do it with the amount of money I have. But I don't have the know-how to make a rocket that would go up in a straight line that high. And I don't have the money to get someone to do it for me, so I would take someone's word for it if they did that video.
If you create like a terrarium, like a little terrarium, and you've got like some water in there that would be level. Maybe you'd have some land. The land comes up out of the water. It's pretty basic, just basic. You live on a surface and water or land that comes up out of the water. Whatever the sky is, but that's kind of a separate thing. That's above us. That's all just physics that you can recreate. Physics we all know and love. Like that's just the basic bottom line. Living on a ball is a huge claim to claim that you can stick to a ball and all that, but just the very basics that we can replicate on small scales, pretty straightforward. It's level water with land coming up out of it. Horizontal, vertical, XYZ. It's pretty basic. Doesn't take a belief in that. What I just said doesn't take a belief. That's physics. But a globe is a huge belief, huge leap of faith on massive levels. But what I just described is just horizontal, vertical, level water, and land that comes up out of it, and then we live on it. We live on the land.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
it's a
fine.
huge claim, but it's currently the only thing that works for a lot of things.
Like I said, I for me, it's fine. Like the globe is not illogical. A lot of things which people say is illogical about the globe. In and of itself, it's not illogical. Maybe it's given some other physics which is irrefutable. It may be impossible to maintain in the light of that. But just overall, it's not illogical. What I just don't see is any empirical evidence whatsoever.
It literally is.
Maybe I'm dumb, right? I'm just saying it just doesn't seem to be illogical to me. A globe,
The globe Earth is literally illogical. It relies on things that we are incapable of doing or replicating.
Well, I'm talking about logic, like literally like logical contradiction, laws of logic, not like colloquially speaking. There's nothing illogical about a globe and stuff sticking off about it. You can conceive of that. It's not like a square circle.
It is no more logical than unicorns.
Well,
it is
unicorns
not a logical thing to make claims of things that you like. Claim that things can happen that cannot happen or do not happen.
That's not logic. Unicorns are perfectly logically possible. They may not exist in reality.
No, they aren't.
They're not illogical. They're just unobserved, unempirical.
To assert that a thing can exist because you are capable of imagining it is not logic.
No,
it
logic.
is a lack of logic.
No, that's wrong. I mean, like I said, I'm not a globe earther, but there's nothing illogical. The laws of logic are the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. There's no violation of that in saying that there's a globe. There's no violation of that in saying there's a unicorn. Now, to claim epistemologically speaking, I would agree with you. There is no logical proof that either of those exist. There are only hypotheses and ad hoc explanations, but it's not ontologically logical.
It is the same as claiming that 1 plus 1 can equal 2.
No.
It's the exact same thing.
No.
Or
1 plus 1
can equal 3, I mean. Obviously,
No,
it can equal 2. But saying
1
1 plus 1 can equal 3, possibly, somewhere in the universe, it could possibly happen that 1 plus 1 equals 3, which is absurd.
I disagree. It's not the same at all. Because that would
It
be
is the same.
No, that would be a true
Because you're
logical.
taking something that we can know and do know and can experience or actually have happen in reality. And you're saying because of that, something that isn't part of reality could be part of reality, which is absurd.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. So 1 plus 1 is equal to 3 is logically actually impossible. A unicorn, let's forget the globe right now, a unicorn is not logically impossible. It's just empirically unobserved, not backed up by any empirical evidence. 1 plus 1 is equal to 3 is a complete actual logical impossibility.
It is illogical to claim that a unicorn can or does exist. There's no logic to it whatsoever.
Oh yeah,
It is a lack of logic.
No, let's just disagree. I don't want to get into an argument with you.
Well, where's the logic in you could live on a sphere and be clung to, and that you're like the sense of down and up alters to the center of a sphere, and you can stick to a sphere that's spinning, but experience it as an absolute
I don't
station.
think it's parsimonious. I'm not saying it makes a lot of sense physically. There could be some physical laws. Again, I'm not the smartest man. Could be some physical laws, which if you accept those physical laws, it would then be illogical for it to happen, right? I'm just saying, on the face of it, without any assumptions, it's not illogical.
Well, then if I said, okay, but if I said I'm going to assert a fake physical idea that gravity pushes things upward and we can live up on the sky, just if I say that, does it make it logical to assert that that's happening?
It's logically possible. I'm not saying it's actually it's physically possible, but we have to separate these two.
Yeah, I think that there's some sort of a trick here or something to the word illogical that you seem to be either under or possibly intentionally trying to use by using the word illogical rather than using the phrase lack of logic. To claim that something can or does exist without any sort of verifiability for it is a complete lack of logic. Now you can try to say that it's not illogical, but that's a worthless phrase to say when we can know for sure that there's a lack of logic in claiming that something that is unverifiable is still the case anyway. That's a complete lack of logic. You can take the word illogical and throw that in the lake because it's worthless the way you're using it.
It is worth a lot because, when you're doing a computer program, there are things that you can't do, right? That's the simplest, most common sense way I can explain it. Anything that you could code into a computer program is within the purview of logic. Things that you could not code into a computer program.
No, that concept is a mentally retarded. Like, you have chosen to not use your brain rather than use it if you think that anything we can code into a computer is automatically therefore possible in our reality. That's absurd.
I never said it's not.
What you're saying is that we could stumble upon an entire world made out of blocks just like Minecraft. There's no logic in it. There's literally a lack of logic entirely in making that claim. Because there's nothing to back it up. There's nothing to actually base that on.
Possibility and logical possibility are not the same thing. You may well be correct, as I said, that in this world, certain things may be impossible, but not because they're illogical, simply because they're just physically impossible.
Yeah, like I said, it seems like there's some sort of either intentionally or unintentionally, some sort of a trick you're attempting to pull with the word illogical, but it's the way you're using it makes it worthless. There's no use for that word illogical in the way that you're using it. It's not actually useful for a fruitful conversation.
How they use it in philosophical circles. That's all I'm using it. That's how I'm using it. Maybe you don't like it, but whatever.
But it's not about liking it. I don't care about the word itself. I'm just saying the way you're using it makes it worthless.
I just felt like anything that the absolute boundary of what is quote unquote possible would be that which we can conceive of, and we cannot conceive of.
There's no basis for that. That's a claim you can make. Absolutely, you can claim that. There's no basis for that claim whatsoever. You can't base it on anything in reality.
God, I'm not talking about physical reality. I'm just saying anything that could exist.
No, I understand what you're saying, but there's no basis for it. There's no way for you to back up that claim. It's just a claim.
There's no claim.
It's just saying my imagination is the limit of reality. Well, okay, you can say that all day long. There's nothing to back that up.
No one's saying my imagination is the limit of. No one. You're conflating the claim with of. Okay, like, how do I put this? I understand where the confusion is coming from. Confusion isn't that. The assertion isn't that my imagination is the limit of reality. Right? My imagination may in fact have completely no bearing on what is possible in reality. Right? Reality may have a much tighter set of constraints than what is possible for me to imagine and encode in a video game with logic, blah, blah, blah. I'm simply saying, in the subset of reality, my mind exists, right? And even in the wildest stretches of my imagination, there are fixed limits, even there. So the thing which has the most degrees of freedom within this reality, which includes my mind, is in fact my mind or your mind or any mind, conscious mind. And even that has these constraints on it, which are the laws of logic, 3 laws. Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. Right? And again, in my mind, and my mind may have no, or your mind may have no bearing on what is actually possible in reality, right? Because those laws are going to be fixed by God. But in my mind, epistemologically, in order for me to rule something out, the first barrier that has to be crossed is a logical impossibility. The way I'm saying it. So I don't know. I try to explain it as best as I can, but whatever. Maybe it's still not clear.